Chapter 10:13. Mortal Energy Fruit. Zichen's words stunned everyone. Among the 6 of them, except for Zichen, the other 5 were all at the origin core realm. At their current level, what they needed the most was not the Xiantian level techniques, but the mortal yuan fruit. Once they consumed the mortal yuan fruit, they would be able to give up on the long period of comprehension and break into the mortal yuan realm. However, the mortal energy fruit was known as one of the rare fruits of heaven and earth. It was something that could only be found by chance. They didn't even dare to think about it before, but they didn't expect that Zichen would have the Thunder Clan's ancient token, which represented the highest level of authority. Not bad, mortal energy fruit. Zichen waved his sleeves and left with the 5 excited people. The 6 reappeared in a mountain range. They were at the top of one of the mountains. The first thing they saw was not the mortal energy fruit, but the demons. There were hundreds of them, and they were scattered all over the mountains. Apart from the demons, they also saw many strange beasts. These strange beasts were in groups, standing opposite the demons from afar. Yeah, it's the demons. Seeing so many demons, everyone's expression changed. At the moment, the demons and the strange beasts each occupied half of the mountain range. The mortal energy fruit was right in the middle of the mountains, on top of the tallest mountain. There were 6 mortal energy fruits on this tree, but they weren't ripe yet. They were protected by the power of rules. 6. There are 6 of them. Seeing the 6 mortal energy fruits, Zhongming and the others exclaimed. They were worried that there wouldn't be enough mortal energy fruits, but now that there were 6 of them, they didn't have to worry anymore. Zichen was the only one at the mortal energy realm, and Zichen alone could defeat all the demons and strange beasts. These 6 mortal energy fruits were just a piece of cake for him. The mortal energy fruits are not ripe yet. I'm afraid we have to wait for another year. Zichen frowned after seeing the fruits. He sensed how long it would take for them to ripen. Another year. Everyone's expression changed slightly. 1 year was not a long time. For the sake of the mortal yuan fruit, they would even wait for 10 years, let alone 1 year. However, they could afford to wait, but Zichen could not, because he had important matters to attend to. Humans have appeared again. Before they could come up with a perfect solution, the demons and beasts discovered Zichen's group on the mountain peak. The demons and humans were mortal enemies. Seeing the humans appear, the demons' killing intent surged. As for the exotic beasts, they were the native forces of this world. Whether it was the humans or the demons, they didn't like them. However, the demons had the advantage in numbers. They had no choice but to vent their killing intent on the humans. In fact, this was what they had done before. They had worked together to kill many human trial takers. Murderous intents emanated from the various mountain peaks and were directed at the humans on this side. Everyone's gaze subconsciously fell on Zichen. Recently, they had already gotten used to Zichen killing demons. Unexpectedly, this time, Zichen actually said, "Don't look at me. This is the ancient road of the ancient trial. Although I have the highest authority, it doesn't mean that I can kill at will. However, I can use some of the power of the rules to make the mortal origin fruit ripen earlier." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They were all Xiantian martial artists and had been able to fight the Devil Clan for a long time under Tianjiao City. Their combat strength was naturally not weak. As long as Zichen had a way to make the mortal origin fruit appear in advance, they would be able to block the attacks of the Devil Clan and the strange beasts. Zichen's spiritual thoughts moved, and a ray of light shot out from the thunder token. The light went straight into the sky. In the next moment, the power of the rules fell from the sky, passing through the layers of rules protecting the mortal energy fruit and landing on the fruit. Then, the mortal energy fruit began to tremble, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Such a change naturally attracted the attention of the demons and exotic beasts. However, they didn't see that this strange rule came from Zichen. As the rule fell, the light on the mortal energy fruit became even brighter. This was a sign of ripening. Such a scene shocked everyone. However, the murderous intent in the surroundings became even stronger. In an hour, the mortal energy fruit will ripen. You guys finish this quickly, said Zichen. Zhong Haotian and the others nodded and rushed forward. At this moment, the demons and exotic beasts also rushed over. Kill! With a loud shout, the 5 of them seemed to have turned into a sharp knife and rushed forward. Zhong Haotian was the tip of the knife, revealing endless sharpness. Puff! Puff! The sound of stone swords piercing flesh rang out. Some demons had already fallen. Zhong Haotian's attack was a complete one-hit kill. Among those at the same level, he displayed a strength that surpassed the Xiantian realm. Behind Zhong Haotian were Zhong Ming and Shangguan Yu. Their strength was naturally not to be underestimated, especially Shangguan Yu. She was not weaker than Zhong Haotian. The 5 of them rushed forward, heading straight for the mortal energy fruit. Wherever they passed, corpses fell to the ground. The demons and exotic beasts suffered many casualties. This caused the expressions of the 2 sides to change greatly. Their murderous intent grew stronger, especially since Zhong Haotian and the others clearly wanted to snatch the mortal energy fruit. They were even more unwilling. Thus, a chaotic battle broke out. In the chaotic battle, the 5 of them formed a circle to block the enemies. As for the spirit-devouring rat, it hid in advance. It had never participated in such a battle. Zichen stood on the mountain peak and watched quietly. He didn't lend a helping hand. Among the 5 of them, there were 2 powerhouses, Zhong Haotian and Shangguan Yu, who were enough to deal with the demons and exotic beasts around them. As soon as the battle broke out, the demons and exotic beasts suffered a great loss. As the battle continued, they suffered more casualties. The super strength of the 5 shocked them. The more they fought, the more frightened they became. Suddenly, a demon saw Zichen standing still. "Capture this human and threaten them," a demon shouted. Compared to Zhong Haotian and the others, Zichen was only one person. He seemed to be easier to deal with. Thus, in an instant, 7 or 8 demons and dozens of exotic beasts rushed toward Zichen. Kai Zichen stood still, but light flashed around him. This light was powerful, tearing the space apart and spreading in all directions. "This is the power of the rules," a demon shouted. His face was full of shock, and he turned to run. But once the rules were out, no one could escape. The surging power of the rules cut open the bodies of the demons and exotic beasts. More than 20 powerhouses who rushed forward died in an instant. Such methods shocked the demon race and exotic beasts once again. They looked at Zichen in fear and alarm. After discovering that the other party had not made any move, they once again turned their attention to Zhong Haotian's group. Another massacre began. The mortal energy fruit would ripen in an hour, but the battle didn't last for an hour. It only lasted for half an hour before the battle ended. On the ground, corpses were lying on the ground. There were demons and exotic beasts. Blood flowed like a river. Looking at the 5 humans, only a few of them had minor injuries. This was a massacre. If the battle continued, more demons and exotic beasts would die. They were all intelligent and not stupid. They decided to stop. However, after stopping, they didn't disperse. Instead, they waited in the surroundings. Obviously, they wanted to wait until the fruit ripened before snatching it one last time. An hour passed quickly. The twisted power of the rules around the mortal energy fruit dissipated. The demons and exotic beasts rushed toward the mortal energy fruit like crazy. But before they arrived, a black figure was the first to arrive in front of the mortal energy fruit. The black figure was Zhong Haotian. Without saying a word, he put away the 6 mortal energy fruits and disappeared in a flash. As soon as his figure disappeared, the mountain peak he was on was surrounded by dozens of energy waves. The energy waves exploded, and half of the mountain peak collapsed. A destructive storm began to wreak havoc. Zhong Haotian's figure appeared in front of Zhong Ming and the others again. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his black clothes were torn in many places. Obviously, he had dodged in time, but he was still injured. "Go!" Zhong Haotian shouted, and the 5 began to retreat. Another round of slaughter began. Men die for wealth, just like birds die for food. This was a principle that had never changed. Next, the demons and exotic beasts launched a fierce attack on Zhong Haotian and the others. This kind of attack was like a moth darting into a flame. The result was already decided. The 5 of them broke out of the encirclement. Zichen raised his hand and struck out with the power of rules, dispersing the pursuers. Then, with a wave of his hand, the group disappeared. Next, Zichen and the others began to travel through the ancient road. Every time Zichen stopped on the ancient road, it was for a purpose. It was either to find resources or cultivation methods. The current Zichen was extremely picky about resources and cultivation methods. The resources had to be high-quality elemental liquids, and the cultivation methods had to be Xiantian techniques. These things were left for the Wuji sect, and Zichen didn't need much of them now. Zhong Haotian and Shangguan Yuer's strength had already reached the peak. Next, they went into seclusion in the purple gold gourd, preparing to refine the mortal origin fruit and break through to the mortal origin realm. Zhong Ming and the others were still a little short, but they weren't in a hurry. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, with the mortal origin fruit in their hands, they had confidence in their hearts, and the speed of breaking through to the peak would naturally increase. As for the spirit-devouring rat, although its strength had reached the peak, it had a heavy burden on its shoulders, so Zichen didn't let it go into seclusion to refine. Instead, it wandered around the underground of various worlds every day, collecting more elemental liquids for Zichen. The route Zichen chose was close to the transit station. His first destination was still the transit station. Just as Zichen was traveling through the ancient road, Su Mengyaro was running for her life with Lin Shui. The 2 of them, one on the flying divine tiger, the other on the savage dragon, were fleeing at an extremely fast speed. As they fled, strange beasts would rush up from the ground and attack them. Behind them, there were many demon experts. Scram! The flying divine tiger was furious, and a terrifying aura spread out from its body. Roar! The dragon's roar rang out, and the savage dragon also released its aura. The aura of the 2 divine beasts terrified the strange beasts below, but they didn't retreat. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. Sister, what should we do? Lin Shui's little face paled when she saw the dense crowd of strange beasts in front of them. There's a chance of survival in front of us. Follow me. Su Mengyao's body flashed with an extremely mysterious light. She didn't panic, and rushed forward with Lin Shui. However, after rushing forward for a few miles, she found that there were simply too many strange beasts in front of them. When she couldn't pass through them, she waved her white sleeve. Chapter 10:14. The mysterious light tore open the void, and a pitch-black passage appeared. It was a passage leading to the outside world. If Zichen or the other guardians of the ancient road saw this, their jaws would drop to the ground. Su Mengyao's method was just like Zichen's ancient token. This was the most accurate positioning, opening the ancient road with one strike. The 2 humans and 2 beasts flashed through. However, there was still mysterious energy at the entrance, so it didn't close immediately. The strange beasts and demons chasing behind them also rushed in. Whether it was the strange beasts or demons, they weren't surprised by this scene. They had followed these 2 humans through several worlds of the ancient road. This kind of pursuit had been going on for a long time. Even though Su Mengyaro and the others were strong, and they had powerful existences like the savage dragon and flying tiger, they were still exhausted. This was mental exhaustion, and it wasn't something that could be recovered with just a treasure pill. The last time they parted with Zichen, it had been 100 years. Dozens of years ago, the ancient road changed. The rules and everything on the ancient road changed. Su Mengyao's ethereal path allowed her to sense danger in advance. Then, she looked for a way out. When she was looking for a way out, she found Lin Shui. It was as if everything was destined. Then, the ethereal path guided Su Mengyaro to a way out. Sister, they're catching up again. As soon as they arrived in a new world, Lin Shui's voice sounded. Su Mengyao's body flashed with mysterious light. At the same time, her eyes were constantly calculating, looking for a way out. Kill. When her eyes flashed again, Su Mengyaro shouted coldly. The mysterious light immediately turned into a murderous aura. Following Su Mengyao's guidance, they rushed forward and killed a bloody path. This time, after traveling for about 100,000 miles in this world, Su Mengyaro used the ethereal light again. The void in front of them split open, and the two disappeared. In the third world, a battle was breaking out. The protagonist of the battle was a beautiful woman holding a colorful sword. Every time she slashed out, there would be a loud sword hum between heaven and earth, and boundless sword intent would wreak havoc. In addition to the sword hum, there were also dragon and tiger roars between heaven and earth. The woman was sitting on a strange beast with a dragon head and a tiger body. The strange beast's combat power was extremely strong. Its dragon claws could tear space apart. The man and beast worked together to suppress the demons and beasts. Suddenly, the space in front of the woman broke apart. The woman was busy killing her enemies and had no time to pay attention to her surroundings. Meanwhile, the exotic beast with a dragon head and tiger body launched an attack to the side. Its dragon claws tore through space and collided with something. The object of the collision was also a dragon claw that emitted a green light. Longhu, how dare you try to kill us? Open your eyes wide and look, it's your master who. Following that, a deafening roar was heard. However, that roar clearly contained excitement. The first to appear was the savage dragon. It was the one who blocked the attack. Xuelin was on the back of the savage dragon. Then came the flying tiger and Su Mengyao. Longhu Sovereign was startled when he heard the familiar voice and sensed the familiar aura. Even Wang Xian turned her head and saw Su Mengyao and Lin Shui. Big sister Mengyao, little sister Lin Shui. There was a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. In the boundless world of the ancient road, they met a familiar face once again. Both of them were surprised. However, it was obviously not the time to be excited about a reunion. After the two nodded, Su Mengyao said, "Let's go." Wang Xian did not know what happened and could only follow the two of them. However, as soon as they left, waves of powerful auras arrived in this world, accompanied by waves of demons and beasts. How can this be? Why are there so many demons and beasts in this world? Wang Xian turned around and her expression changed immediately. I'll tell you about this later. Run for your life now, Su Mengyao said. The more worlds they crossed, the more beasts and demons besieged them. Under normal circumstances, beasts could not cross the ancient road and reach another world. Although demons could cross over, it was definitely not as easy as this. Therefore, they chased after Su Mengyao, not just to kill her. In the other world, the monk was covered in blood from all the killing. Humans and demons were natural enemies. It was true that they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, under certain circumstances, the two could join forces. For example, the current situation. In the distance, there was a group of human challengers. Next to them were demons and beasts. As for the monk, he had become the enemy of humans, demons, and beasts. In front of the monk, there were more than 100 corpses. There were humans, demons, and beasts. He held a long saber and was covered in blood. The killing intent around him was almost tangible. The long saber in his hand trembled. Humans, demons, and beasts all trembled. The tip of the saber pointed forward. The monk said coldly, "Whoever dares to lay their hands on my mortal origin fruit will die." The monk's expression was ferocious. His body was covered in blood. When he spoke, everyone was shocked. Behind the monk, there was a tree full of mortal origin fruits. There were many of them. At this moment, the mortal origin fruits were about to ripen. However, the monk was killing so many humans, demons, and beasts did not dare to approach him. "Monk, don't go too far. One mortal origin fruit is enough for you." However, there are 8 of them on the tree, a human at the great perfection of the primal core realm shouted. This was an inborn martial artist with strong combat power. However, the monk had killed more than 10 people at this level. Therefore, he only dared to shout from afar and did not dare to approach. "Human, you are too greedy," the demon said coldly. As for the beasts, their eyes were filled with coldness. T. Is 8 mortal origin fruits a lot? Do you know how many friends I have? Not to mention 8, even 18 wouldn't be enough, the monk said coldly. Other than the change in time, the most obvious change in the ancient roads was the frequent appearance of mortal origin fruits. If someone could explore all the ancient roads in an instant, they would realize that there were many mortal origin fruits on these ancient roads. Other than the ancient roads, mortal origin fruits were appearing everywhere in the entire Tianwu continent. Moreover, they were all mortal origin fruits that were about to ripen. Seeing the monk's unyielding attitude, the human expert said coldly, "So there is no room for negotiation?" The monk pointed his saber at the human expert and said with disdain, "Negotiate? Negotiate my ass. Do I need to negotiate with trash like you? Don't worry. When I kill people later, you will be the first one I kill." The human inborn martial artist's expression changed drastically. The corpses on the ground were the reason why the monk was so confident. The humans were all challengers and each of them was arrogant. There was no unified leader. It was the same for the beasts. Each of them had a few leaders. On the other hand, the demons were more united. However, the monk was too strong. Even if they were united, they could not kill the monk. For a moment, the three parties hesitated. They could not advance, and retreating was even more impossible. Suddenly, the rule energy on the mortal origin fruit tree trembled violently. The surrounding rule energy began to distort and the mortal origin fruit shone brighter. This was the sign that the mortal origin fruit was about to ripen. However, with the rule energy, no one dared to rush forward. The three parties looked at each other and only dared to approach slowly. The monk looked at the mortal origin fruit tree excitedly and watched as the mortal origin fruit ripened. The rule energy dissipated and the mortal origin fruit ripened. However, above the mortal origin fruit tree, there was a sudden fluctuation of energy. Then, a pitch-black passage appeared and several figures descended. "Damn it! How dare you snatch the mortal origin fruit from me? You are courting death." The monk was enraged when a group of people suddenly appeared just as he was about to get the mortal origin fruit. The furious monk naturally would not hold back and used his strongest attack. Ma, ma. These were the first 2 syllables of the 6 syllables mantra. At this moment, they were uttered by the monk, forming a strange destructive force that rushed forward. At the same time, this destructive force also spread to both sides. When the humans, demons, and beasts saw this attack, their expressions changed drastically and they all dodged. This attack was too terrifying. Wherever the mantra passed, there was no one left alive. When the destructive force of the mantra reached the front, suddenly, rays of illusory light appeared. This light was illusory and mysterious, forming a light shield that completely protected everyone. When the mantra reached the front, the rippling destructive force became extremely docile. It only made the light shield tremble a few times before disappearing. Seeing this, the monk's expression changed drastically. He had never seen anyone who could easily neutralize his mantra. Not even Chen could. The mortal origin fruit. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Then, a ray of light fell and directly swept away 8 mortal origin fruits. The monk was so angry that he wanted to curse, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw clearly who it was. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were forcefully swallowed back. The expression on his face quickly turned into shock. "It's you guys. Of course it's us. Bald donkey, you want to kill us? Kill your tiger grandpa." The one who spoke was naturally Flying Divine Tiger. "Why are you guys here?" The monk's face was still filled with shock. "We're here to find a way out." Just as Su Mengyao's voice fell, the mysterious light brought everyone a few hundred meters away as if it was teleporting. Then, the place where they were just standing was blasted away by the energy. At the same time, waves of powerful aura descended. The energy exploded, and the monk was the first to bear the brunt of the energy. He flew over 2 mountains before landing on the ground. When he got up, his mouth was full of grass. "You guys want to kill me?" The monk stared. "Bald donkey, if you want to live, then run." Flying Divine Tiger roared. Su Mengyaro and the rest were the first to run. "You guys." Seeing that everyone was running away, the monk was so angry that he stomped his feet. "You guys are too disloyal. If you want to run, then run. At least leave me a mortal origin fruit." If he hadn't sensed their soul aura, the monk was afraid that he would have cursed and fought them to the death. However, Just as the monk turned around, he saw a large black cloud descending from the sky. His expression changed immediately. Naturally, he could see that the black cloud was full of demons. With a strange cry, he turned around and ran. While they were running to find a way out, Zichen led the group to their first destination. It was a transit station. However, at this time, there were no humans in the transit station. All of them were demons. Chapter 10:15. In this transit station, the demons were already living here, and there were even demons cultivating in the square. Tall buildings were also built in other places, and the demons had already made this place their home. As Zichen appeared, a crazy killing intent surged in the sky. This killing intent was almost tangible, and it carried an inexplicable pressure that alarmed all the demons in this world. There are humans. The humans are here. Kill them. Kill the humans. When the demons saw Zichen and his group, they all jumped up and rushed towards Zichen in the sky. Kill. Zichen shouted and was the first to rush up. A dragon's roar was heard, and a silver light flashed. A ray of light rushed into the demons, and a massacre began. At the same time, Zhongming and the others also rushed down and attacked the demons. Phut! The light of the spear swept across, and 5 to 6 demons were cut in half. The strong force entered their bodies and destroyed their souls. This transit station used to have many humans, but when the demons invaded, none of them survived. Jiu Hu, Little Monkey, and the others were all dead. Zichen did not see how they died, but he thought that it must have been a horrible death. After knowing that there was a problem with the transit station, Zichen finally knew why he was so uneasy. It was Jiu. Although there was no relationship between the two of them, Zichen gave Jiu a promise. This promise was like a string that connected the two of them. Jiu's death was immediately felt by Zichen, and he was uneasy. Although Zichen's mind was filled with Jiu, he did not show any mercy. His mind was gentle, but his hands and eyes were ruthless. He did not show mercy, and he did not show mercy. Wherever he passed, the demons fell to the ground, and there was not even a complete corpse. Fresh blood had already formed a small river behind Zichen. Kill! Zichen shouted again, and another group of demons fell. The strength of these fiends were mostly alchemy essence. This level facing Zichen did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate at all. Human. Such a massacre naturally alerted the demons in the mortal realm. The group of demons separated. A human origin stage demon rushed towards Zichen and attacked fiercely. Pu. The spear in Zichen's hand shook, and the spear light shot out for more than 10 meters. Zichen held the spear and chopped down. The demon of the mortal origin realm did not even have time to react before he was cut into 2 halves by the tip of the spear. Damned humans, how dare you come here and behave atrociously? Die! As soon as a human origin stage demon was killed, several more human origin stage demons arrived and shouted at the same time. Zichen no longer lost control of his emotions, but his expression was as cold as ice. His cold eyes made the hearts of the demons tremble. The spear in his hand moved again, and the mortal origin realm cultivators fell into a pool of blood. A blood feud should be repaid with blood. Zichen was in a frenzy, and there were even more corpses on the ground. Regardless of whether they were in the mortal origin or inner core realm, they were all the same in front of Zichen. One strike, dead. The demons went from frenzy to shock, to panic, and finally to fear. When the mortal origin stage demons went forward to blow themselves up, but failed to kill Zichen, they were finally afraid. Retreat, retreat quickly. I will stop him. An extremely majestic voice sounded. It was an elder of the demon race who appeared. He was emitting the aura of a late-stage mortal origin stage cultivator. Human, you are strong, but you have come to the wrong place to behave atrociously. The elder appeared in the air and blocked Zichen's path. During this time, the other demons received the order and rushed out crazily. They ran as fast as they could, afraid that they would be killed if they were too slow. Zhongming and the others also flashed and appeared behind Zichen. Zhong Haotian and Shangguan Yu did not appear. There were only Zhongming and the other two, as well as the spirit-devouring rats. Zichen's breathing became rapid as he continued to kill. He did not chase after the escaping demons. Instead, he stared coldly at the elder of the demon race. Human, if you leave now, I can still give you a chance to live. Seeing that Zichen was silent, the elder said again. Rays of light flashed, and one powerful aura after another came from the distance. It was the 3 demon race experts who had arrived. These 3 were all late-stage mortal origin stage cultivators, which was the same as the elder of the demon race. The 4 of them stood side by side and stared coldly at Zichen. Zichen's breathing gradually calmed down. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly. It seemed that he was going to attack again. The pupils of the 4 demons suddenly shrank. They did not attack immediately, not because they wanted to give him a chance to live, but because they were afraid of his strength. Now that he was about to attack, they became vigilant. Master, this is bad. This world is sealed. We can't get out. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Master, we can't get out. The teleportation channel is not working. Then, panicked shouts came one after another. When the elder of the demon race heard this, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Zichen again and asked, "Is this your doing?" Zichen said coldly with endless killing intent, "Today, none of the demons will escape. None of them will live. You." The elder of the demon race's expression changed again. However, at this moment, Zichen attacked. The spear flashed and slashed down, aiming directly at the elder. The elder shouted and used the energy in his body to block the attack. He managed to block Zichen's attack, but it was only one attack. When the second attack came, the elder's body was split apart, and his spiritual sense was shattered. Clearly, in this world, the old man was the strongest. He could only block one attack from Zichen, but the other 3 could not even block one attack. Seeing the 4 late-stage mortal origin stage cultivators killed so easily, the fear in the hearts of the demons had reached its limit. They no longer hoped to stop or kill the human. The only way they could think of to survive was to run. No one can escape. With Zichen's shout, a storm of laws swept across the entire world. The Royal Ancient Order could activate the laws of this world, but it could not kill. However, Zichen did not want to use the laws to kill. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the demons one by one with his own hands. In this world, all the demons felt that there was an extra shackle on their bodies, as if they were tied up by chains. Then, their bodies involuntarily flew towards the square. When they arrived at the square, they regained their freedom of movement. However, what awaited them was Zichen's spear. On this day, the whole square was filled with corpses. Corpses were lying on the ground, and blood flowed like a river. None of the demons were spared. Every single one of them was killed. Zichen went on a killing spree today. He really did not leave a single one alive. The scorching sun shone on Zichen's body. After a few hours of killing, his body was already bathed in blood. Even his hair was dripping with blood. After killing all the demons, Zichen was not happy at all. Life was not equal. Revenge was not a life for a life. Zichen would rather not kill these demons than let the humans in the transit station die. Zichen was not in a good mood. Zhongming and the others did not dare to say anything. They just cleaned up the battlefield. The demonic pills were good things. They were resources. They had to take them. Zichen held his spear and walked towards the black stone step by step. In this world, everything in his memory had disappeared. Only the black stone remained. On top of the black stone, a fist print and a palm print were clearly left on it. Zichen raised his head and looked at the black stone in a daze. He stayed there for a day and a night. The next day, when the sun shone on the same spot, Zichen slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had regained his usual calmness. Boom! Energy surged around his body. His robe was torn, and rays of light flashed around his body. When the light disappeared, Zichen had changed into a clean set of clothes. The blood on his face and hair had disappeared. Let's go. Zichen sighed and led the 3 on the road. When they left, the entire transit station became a world of flames. The demon corpses were on fire, and the river formed by the demon blood was also on fire. This was the energy flame left by Zichen. Under this flame, everything here would be burned, leaving nothing behind. Next, it was the treasure hunt of the ancient road. Little girl, is your calculation accurate? We have run to several worlds. Why haven't we found a chance of survival? The monk who had followed Su Mengyaro to several worlds of the ancient road asked discontentedly. We are still alive, which is the biggest chance of survival, Flying Divine Tiger said. But when will this life of running away end? Facing the monk's question, Flying Divine Tiger said disdainfully, How long have you been running? It has only been a few days. Do you know how long we have been running? It has been several years. We have persevered, but you can't. The monk curled his lips and said, I am not used to running. You should know that I, Lord Zeng, am in charge of killing. Usually, others are the ones running because of me. When have I ever run? It's fine if you don't want to run. You stay and kill those demons and mutated beasts. Thinking about the huge black cloud, the monk shook his head. What a joke. He admitted that he was strong, but he was not strong enough to fight against 10,000. If he was really surrounded, he would be exhausted to death. While running, there were still battles. The others were already exhausted and rarely spoke. On the other hand, the monk and Flying Divine Tiger were still very energetic. They often bickered. One called himself Lord Tiger, and the other called himself Lord Zeng. When the two of them were together, it added a bit of fun to the lifeless life of running away. An hour later, the group met mutated beasts and demons again. When the monk saw the demons, he immediately became angry. Why are there demons in every world? Furthermore, there are so many of them. The furious monk was the first to charge over. Then, he opened up a bloody path for the group. While charging forward, the pale-faced Su Mengyaro opened up another ancient path for the group. Little girl, are you okay? Seeing Su Mengyao's pale face and the energy she shot out was much weaker, the monk could not help but ask worriedly. Su Mengyaro shook her head and said, I'm fine. I can feel that the life is getting closer and closer to us. During this time, Su Mengyaro used the ethereal path to deduce again. Then, she kept coughing up blood. Her spirit was getting weaker and weaker. She might not be able to last much longer. Xuelin and the others were worried, but no one could help Su Mengyaro at this moment. Because the latter consumed a lot of spirit. Treasured pills were not effective. The only way was to rest. But in this situation, if they left Su Mengyaro, they would only be surrounded. And if they were surrounded by countless demons and mutated beasts, there would only be death. When she reappeared, Su Mengyaro finally gave in and fell down. Before she fell, she said, Life is in this world. Chapter 1016. Suddenly, a mysterious aura jumped out from the Royal Thunder token. This aura was both mysterious and familiar. Zichen's expression changed slightly, and he sent his spiritual thoughts towards the world where the aura came from. What entered Zichen's eyes was a large expanse of black clouds that covered the sky and covered the sun. Zichen couldn't be more familiar with this phenomenon. Obviously, the black cloud was filled with demons. Other than demons, Zichen also saw a beast tide formed by many strange beasts in another direction. Along the way, Zichen had explored many worlds with his spiritual thoughts. Naturally, he knew how many strange beasts and demons could fit in a world. The number of strange beasts and demons in this world was much higher than normal. Not to mention that this was an origin core level ancient road, even a mortal level cultivator would have no chance of surviving after entering it. It was very unusual for so many demons and strange beasts to appear in this world. Just as Zichen was guessing whether there was a rare treasure in this world, he heard a familiar shout. Get lost. This voice was violent and thunderous. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? You're courting death. The shout was heard again. Zichen's emotions immediately fluctuated. Obviously, he recognized that it was Tyrant's voice. After Tyrant's voice, there was a series of dragon and tiger roars. Mobilizing the power of rules, Zichen saw through the black cloud and looked below. At a glance, he saw Tyrant, Longhu, Barbaric Dragon, and Flying Divine Tiger. The latter three were huge in size, while Tyrant's head was shining. It was very eye-catching. Then, Chen saw Wang Xian'er and Lin Shui. Between them was the unconscious Su Mengyao. At this moment, Tyrant and the three beasts formed a four-sided defense, blocking the attacks of the demons and strange beasts. While Lin Shui and Wang Xian'er were taking care of Su Mengyao, they were also attacking. It's them. They're all together. Chen was shocked when he saw them. However, a murderous intent surged in his heart. The murderous intent that suddenly surged around Chen made Zhongming and the others at a loss. Fortunately, the murderous intent was restrained as soon as it was released. Chen opened his eyes again. Chen, what happened? After opening his eyes, Chen's mood was somewhat off. Apart from the murderous intent on his face, there was also panic and worry. Such an expression should not appear on Chen's face. Spirit-devouring rats, come out. Chen didn't answer. Instead, he shouted down. The spirit-devouring rats had just gone to search for treasures, and everyone had just arrived in this world. Now, Chen suddenly had the spirit-devouring rats appear, which made Zhongming and the others feel even more strange. Come out, now. Chen shouted again, his voice filled with anxiety. The ground trembled, and the spirit-devouring rat turned into a beam of light and rushed out. What's wrong? This earth vein is very big. You must have gained a lot. We'll talk about the harvest another day. Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning surrounded everyone. When the lightning dissipated, everyone also disappeared. Looking at the dense black clouds, Tyrant complained incessantly. How could there be a chance of survival here? It was clearly a dead end. In the past, Tyrant thought that his combat strength was strong and he was never afraid of being surrounded. However, in the current situation, facing the black mass of demons and mutated beasts, he no longer dared to say that he was not afraid of being surrounded. Pu. Devil blades slashed and claws slashed. While Tyrant was killing the devils and strange beasts, more and more injuries appeared on his body. However, his situation was much better than the three beasts. Because of his small size, it was not easy for him to get injured. However, the three beasts were very big and they didn't retreat. Naturally, their injuries worsened. Moreover, their blood made the mutated beasts go crazy. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to tear each other apart. In the face of endless frenzied mutated beasts, not only was the pressure of a supreme beast useless, but it also had the opposite effect, causing the mutated beasts to become even more ferocious. Lin Shui and Wang Xian'er continued to attack. The two of them were very efficient in killing the enemies, but there were simply too many of them. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the wounds on the three beasts and Tyrant increased. At this moment, they didn't even have the time to consume supreme elixirs. Once the energy in their bodies was depleted, they would be drowned by the beast tide and die. Moreover, after they died, there might not even be any remains left. It could even be said that there wouldn't even be a corpse left. The power of the three humans and three beasts was unleashed in a frenzy and lasted for a full 2 hours. After 2 hours, everyone's power was depleted at the same time. Without power, what awaited them was being drowned by the beast tide and death. We have already persisted for 2 hours. Where is the chance of survival? Tyrant, who had almost no part of his body intact, smiled bitterly. However, in the face of death, he was calm and didn't have any resentment. Wang Xian'er and the rest were also very calm. The three beasts were panting heavily, and they were unafraid of death. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded, "The chance of survival is naturally here." The beast tide and demons were already rushing towards them crazily and would drown them in the next moment. However, as this voice sounded, time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. The surging beast tide suddenly came to a standstill. Other than the still beast tide, the attacks from the demons also stopped in an instant. The entire world became quiet and came to a standstill. Tyrant and the rest stared blankly ahead. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a scene was simply a miracle. Similarly, Chen, who had descended from the sky, was also shocked. He didn't expect that using the power of rules at full force would have such an effect. Let's go. However, this was only a temporary loan after all. He wasn't controlling it with his own strength. Therefore, this situation couldn't last long. However, it wasn't a problem to successfully rescue the group. With a flash of light, Tyrant and the rest disappeared. Shortly after, the demons and beasts recovered. The beast tide and energy attacks instantly drowned the place where Tyrant and the rest were previously. 100 miles away, Tyrant and the rest appeared. However, as soon as they appeared, Zichen waved his hand again and they left this world. Damn, that was really dangerous. Tyrant patted his chest when he appeared in the second world. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. Lin Shui and Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Zichen. Then, both of them fainted. Zichen quickly held the two of them and let them lie down slowly. Their injuries weren't serious. However, they were exhausted and needed a good rest. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. Zichen looked at Longhu and the rest. Why are you here? Weren't you expelled? Tyrant asked after swallowing the supreme elixir. Tyrant was in the best condition here. His injuries were healed and he was full of energy. The power of the supreme elixir was healing his injured body. As for Longhu and the rest, they fell into a deep sleep after swallowing the supreme elixir. They only woke up 3 days later. When they saw Zichen, they were naturally excited. Initially, Su Mengyao could sense the vitality, but she didn't know where it came from. After seeing Zichen, she understood everything. After that, it was the joy of reuniting. Both parties shared their feelings. Oh right, let me introduce you to a few friends. Zhong Ming and the rest appeared one after another. Zhong Haotian, Shangguan Yu and the spirit-devouring rat were also there. Zhong Haotian and Shangguan Yu were still in closed-door training, so they were surprised by the sudden appearance. But after a quick glance, they saw familiar faces. They knew everyone in the field, so they were surprised, especially when they saw Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. Zhong Ming and the rest were the most surprised when they saw the godly beasts and beauties. After the introductions, the three of them were amazed. They were Zichen's confidants, and each of them was more beautiful than the other. Sister Xian Shangguan Yu was surprised to see Wang Xian but she was happy. However, she was surprised when she saw Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. After Wang Xian's explanation, Shangguan Yu knew their identities. She immediately called them sister. In fact, it was hard to say whether these people were older than Shangguan Yu. The people they were looking for were all here. Everyone was happy. After a short reunion, it was time to improve their strength. The invasion of the demon race had put them under great pressure. They were almost killed before. Therefore, everyone focused on improving their strength. As for romance, they naturally put it aside. Zichen was surprised that Tyrant and the rest also had mortal origin fruits. This was because he had obtained some mortal origin fruits recently with the help of the ancient token. After that, Zichen brought the spirit-devouring rat to search for treasures on the ancient road. As for Tyrant and the rest, they entered the purple gold gourd and prepared to break through to the mortal origin realm. The spirit-devouring rat could not only search for treasures, but also find some ruins. It was much more useful than an earth origin realm cultivator. Zichen, who had the ancient token, brought it along. The entire ancient road was like his own backyard. During this period, they found more resources and inheritances. They even found 2 pieces of permanent innate technique inheritances. About half a year later, Zichen met Lei Yiming. After a few months, Zichen met Xia Xin. Other than coincidence, Zichen was the main reason. When the two of them saw Zichen, they were overjoyed. After learning that Zichen had established a force, they immediately expressed that they wanted to follow Zichen. After another year of searching for treasures, Zichen decided to leave the ancient road and return to the Wuji sect. In these 2 years, their strength had also broken through. At this moment, everyone had reached the mortal origin realm. Their combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. With everyone together, they were confident that they could break through the encirclement of the beast horde. Let's go back now. Tyrant asked, looking forward to it. Zichen nodded and said, let's go now. That's great. Let's go, let's go. We have been on this ancient road for hundreds of years. We are sick of it. The group did not leave immediately. Zichen brought them back to the starting ground to see Sophie and the rest. Sophie and Cripple sighed when they saw the group break through. They were still Dan Origin realm cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they had all broken through and reached the mortal origin realm. Zichen asked them if they were willing to leave with him. They shook their heads and said that this was their home. Zichen did not stay for long. He left with the group. This time, they were truly returning to the Wuji sect. Chapter 1017. The teleportation path deviated. When Zichen and the rest reappeared, they were already in a huge desert. The desert was boundless, and one couldn't see the end of it. As the wind blew, the golden sand danced in the air. This is the desert. Monk and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw the desert. Why did you bring us to the desert? The golden desert is so beautiful. Compared to Monk and the rest, Lin Shui and the rest were very excited when they saw the desert. Like little girls, they picked up the sand and threw it into the sky. The four beauties soon entered a playful state. They chased each other in the desert and got along well. Desert, there's a desert in the southern region. Zhongming and the rest looked at each other in confusion. Although the southern region was vast and boundless, they had never heard of a desert. However, there was a place known for deserts, and that was the western region of the Western Desert. This is the Western Desert, Monk said, confirming everyone's guess. Western Desert? Aren't we going to the southern region? Why are we here? They turned to look at Zichen. The confusion on Zichen's face was no less than theirs. Something must have gone wrong during the teleportation. But don't worry, we'll go back later, Zichen said. It's so beautiful here. We're not in a hurry. We can play here for a few days, Lin Shui said. The other three looked at Zichen with pitiful eyes. Zichen nodded helplessly. Okay, but only for a few days. Zichen, you're so handsome, Lin Shui said with a smile. Zichen curled his lips. Zhongming and the rest snickered. Surrounded by a boundless desert, there was nothing to play with. Zichen was bored and could only cultivate. Zhongming and the others were the same. Only the four of them were having a good time, and their cheerful laughter could be heard constantly. Suddenly, a tremor came from the horizon. Then, a terrifying aura appeared. It seemed to be the arrival of a strong master. Zichen and the rest immediately opened their eyes. However, the aura did not come close. Instead, it disappeared into the distance. Zichen closed his eyes again and did not care. However, the powerful aura appeared 3 times in one day. This is the aura of the Earth origin state, the monk said when the powerful aura appeared for the 4th time. Earth origin stage. Zhongming and the others were confused. Why would an Earth origin stage martial artist come to this desert? And there are so many of them. No one could answer this question. However, Zichen's intuition told him that something was amiss. He tried to activate the Thunder Clan's ancient medallion but discovered that there was no reaction. His expression immediately changed and became unsightly. What happened? Tyrant asked when he saw Zichen's ugly expression. We can't go back. What? We can't go back. Monk stood up at once. Su Mengyaro and the others in the distance also looked in their direction. The ancient order has lost its effect. We can't teleport back to the ancient road, Zichen said. Why would it suddenly fail? This was another question that he could not answer. Afterward, Zichen got up and flew dozens of kilometers away. During this time, he tried to sense the ancient medallion, but there was no response. After returning, Zichen handed the ancient token to Lei Yiming. You try it. Me. Lei Yiming stood up in confusion. This is the Thunder Medallion, which can be used by the people of the Thunder Clan. Try it and see if you can take us back. Lei Yiming took the Thunder Medallion doubtfully. He reached out with his spiritual sense, but shook his head after a while. No response. Su Mengyaro and the others walked over. When they found out that they could not go back, Su Mengyaro used her ethereal Tao to predict everything. I'm afraid that something big has happened here. The rules have changed. Your medallion has lost its effect. It should be related to the environment here, Su Mengyaro said. What is it? I don't know. I can't predict it. Right now, they were in the middle of a desert and could not tell north from south, which was quite troublesome. However, as cultivators of the human origin stage, they were not afraid of being trapped. Right now, they just needed to find a direction to move forward. Among the group, no one could give a good suggestion. In the end, Su Mengyaro had to predict again, but the result was not satisfactory either. After a while, she shook her head and said, "It still doesn't work. The only place we can go is where the powerful aura is coming from. However, we can't tell if it is a good place or not." The powerful aura was obviously from an Earth origin stage cultivator. If they went there recklessly, it would be troublesome if they encountered an enemy. However, at this moment, there was no other way. Just as they were hesitating, Tyrant suddenly said, "Let's go there. Maybe it is a city. There is a city in the Western Desert." Everyone was confused. Tyrant curled his lips and said, "The Western Desert is not hell. Why can't there be a city?" Everyone followed the powerful aura to the place. At this moment, the various powers of the Martial Heaven continent were dispatching their experts to the Western region. They would use transportation formations to reach the Western Desert. The Western Desert used to only have one master, and that was the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, more than 20,000 years ago, something happened to the Buddhist sect. A sealed fiendish demon broke out of the seal and slaughtered the entire Buddhist sect, leading to their destruction. At that time, the demon was extremely powerful. After destroying the Buddhist sect, it slaughtered other creatures. Led by the Jinn family, the 5 major forces appeared and killed the demon, saving the people of the Western Desert. The Great Spiritual City was one of the bigger cities in the Western Desert. It was said that when the city was built, it was based on the original Great Spiritual Temple. However, because the Buddhist sect disappeared, it was changed into a city. The style of the Great Spiritual City was in the shape of a tower. There were all kinds of towers in the city. As it was in the desert, the Great Spiritual City was not prosperous. However, during this period of time, many cultivators came to the Great Spiritual City. Here, the most common cultivators were of the human origin stage. There were even many Earth origin stage cultivators. After flying for about a day, Zichen and the others saw a big city in the distance. When they got closer, they saw the Great Spiritual City. "A city, there is a city. The Great Spiritual City," Lei Yiming shouted. Everyone flew towards the Great Spiritual City. However, in the process of flying, they saw many figures appearing in the sky. These figures were all human cultivators, and they were all of the human origin stage. After they appeared, they went straight to the Great Spiritual City. In a short period of time, dozens of human origin stage cultivators entered the Great Spiritual City. Such a phenomenon was obviously unusual, especially for Zichen. When he was entering the city, he used his perfect body to change his appearance. When the group entered the city and saw the architectural style of the towers, they were somewhat surprised. However, what was more surprising was that there were many experts gathered in the city. Among them, the most obvious was a group of cultivators with swords on their backs. In the Sky Martial continent, there was only one sect that dressed like this, and that was the Sword Sect. Sword Sect. These are all people from the Sword Sect. Looking at the Sword Sect disciples in the distance, Tyrant said. Zichen looked around and saw a group of tall figures. These people were arrogant and overbearing. They were obviously from the Tyrant clan. Other than that, Zichen also saw people from the 5 Elements forces. He was even more glad that he changed his appearance in advance. All the major forces are here. Could it be that something has happened? Or that a treasure has appeared here? Everyone was puzzled. However, after Zichen heard this, he had a guess. Could it be that the Lightning Divine Palace has appeared here? Zichen said. Lightning Divine Palace. Everyone was surprised. Obviously, they did not know that the Lightning Divine Palace had appeared. Zichen explained, the Lightning Divine Palace had appeared a few years ago. However, they disappeared after appearing. Zichen explained simply, causing the surprise on everyone's faces to become even stronger. All the major forces have come. The possibility of the lightning divine palace appearing here is very high. Su Mengyaro said. Lightning divine palace, the legendary place where one can become a god. Hihi, since we're here, we can't miss it. We must definitely experience it. Lin Shui laughed. However, Lin Shui's words caused Zi Chen's expression to change. He looked at Lin Shui and said seriously, if the lightning divine palace has really appeared, then it's too dangerous for you all to stay here. You must leave as soon as possible. Why? Lin Shui was dissatisfied. Because the number of cultivators who died in the lightning divine palace is too many. Zi Chen said. We don't need you to worry about us. We will be careful. Hearing that, Zi Chen laughed bitterly once again and transmitted his voice. The lightning divine palace kills people silently. If not for the devil ape and I being lucky, we would have died long ago. Zi Chen transmitted his voice and described the scene of the lightning divine palace appearing out of nowhere. Hearing that, everyone's faces immediately turned pale. The appearance of the lightning divine palace could be said to be without any warning. That tyrannical power of law was completely destructive. It was impossible to guard against and could not be blocked. That day, if not for him and the devil ape being lucky, the two of them would have died long ago. One great sect after another has been destroyed because of the lightning divine palace. The lightning divine palace is no small matter. Tyrant said. Let's talk about this later. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Lin Shui said. Cultivators could still be hungry. However, no one refuted Lin Shui, and they could only look for a tavern. Everyone walked into a tavern. The tavern's business was very good, and it was almost full. The arrival of Zi Chen's group, in addition to the four beauties, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Serve us all the good wine and dishes. Lin Shui shouted boldly after taking a seat. Looks like the news has spread. Everyone is here. As soon as everyone sat down, a voice rang out. Everyone is here. They might be alive to come, but they might not be alive to return. The lightning divine palace is a place where one can become a god. How many powers have been destroyed because of it? If they don't value it and don't revere it, only death awaits them. To even bring women here, I wonder which small power they are from. They truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even the people from the 5 elements aristocratic families wouldn't dare to do so. The surrounding words obviously had the intention of squeezing Zi Chen's group. However, it was also indirectly informing Zi Chen that the lightning divine palace might really appear here. As for the arrival of experts from various powers, it seemed like they had already known that the lightning divine palace was going to appear. This time, they were going to attack with all their might. Facing the surrounding ridicule, Zi Chen could choose to ignore it. However, Lin Shui couldn't. She immediately stood up and said to the cultivator who spoke, "You guys didn't bring your own women here. It's not that you guys don't have the ability, it's just that your women are ugly and can't be shown in public. So, don't be envious of others here. Ayo, this little lady is so vicious. Why, could it be that you're really treating this place as your small aristocratic family? Even the great powers haven't spoken, yet you, a mere small aristocratic family, have the right to speak?" Chapter 1018. It was just an argument, so Lin Shui snorted and sat down. If the other side had stopped while they were ahead, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But when they saw that Lin Shui didn't react, they thought they had guessed correctly. The other side was from a small power and was clearly afraid. "Little girl, weren't you so confident just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Are you afraid? Little girl, don't be afraid. I can see that you're still a virgin. Don't let yourself be wronged by a small family. Go to a large power." Exactly. It just so happens that we belong to a large power. Why don't you join us? Everyone's mocking words caused Lin Shui to be embarrassed. She turned to them and said, "Shameless. Haha, little girl, you're angry. But your angry appearance is even more lovable." Everyone once more jeered. One of the tables looked at each other, and then one of them stood up, actually taking the initiative to walk over to Zi Chen's side. "Little girl, I'm from the Martial Heaven Alliance. You should join us. Don't worry, as long as you serve us well, we'll definitely yield to you." This person was just a Hutian expert, but he was extremely brazen. Zhong Ming and the others all stood up, coldly glaring at him. Zichen frowned. Scram. Xuelin was furious. She pointed a finger at the person. Under the strong force, the person was sent flying and hit the table where they were eating. With a clattering sound, the dishes and wine fell to the ground. You dare attack us? That scene clearly infuriated the others. They all stood up, icily glaring at Zichen's group. You dare to attack people from the Martial Heaven Alliance? How brazen. Following that, the other cultivators who had been watching also stood up, their gazes filled with hostility. In the entire tavern, there were only 2 tables that hadn't stood up. The others all stood up, their gazes filled with hostility. The Hutian expert that had been sent flying stood up and tidied his clothes. He stared at Lin Shui and said, "Apologize. Apologize, or die." Following the word die, the entire tavern was filled with dense killing intent. I think the one who's going to die is you. Up until now, Zichen had been frowning and had no intention of helping her out. While Xuelin was angry, she also felt very wronged. She pointed her finger again. This time, her body was full of murderous intent. Xuelin didn't care what others thought of her. She only cared about Zichen. However, until now, Zichen hadn't said a word. He didn't even look at her. This made Xuelin extremely disappointed. At this moment, Xuelin even suspected that after Zichen had another woman, he no longer liked her as much as before. Therefore, Xuelin was enraged, and the result was the death of the acquired warrior. It was still a finger beam that directly pierced through the Hutian warrior's heart, and then its power annihilated his soul. In front of everyone's gazes, Lin Shui had killed people from the Martial Heaven Alliance. That was like pouring cold water into a pot of boiling oil. Courting death. Die. All kinds of voices filled with the word die rang out. A group of cultivators left their seats and charged over, their eyes filled with endless killing intent. In front of this group of cultivators, Xuelin wasn't afraid. She turned to look at Zichen. If Zichen still didn't react, it would mean that he didn't care about her. She would kill herself in front of him. Zichen finally raised his head. Seeing the resentful Xuelin, he smiled. That smile was warm and full of pity. Xuelin felt even more wronged, and tears began to fall. The surrounding people were confused. She was clearly the one who had killed people. The ones who should be crying should be them. But now, she was crying ahead of time. Only Su Mengyaro and the others could understand why Xuelin was crying. The others didn't understand. However, they guessed that this girl must have felt that this matter had gotten out of hand after seeing so many of them. Zichen stood and looked at the surrounding people. "You're from the Martial Heaven Alliance." "That's right. A life for a life. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the person and then each of you will cut off one of your own arms, and we'll forget about this matter," said one of the cultivators. Zichen nodded. "All right, since you're so benevolent, I'll be benevolent as well. Tell me who's behind you and then cut off one of your own arms, and we'll forget about this matter." "What?" The Martial Heaven Alliance's people thought they had misheard. They stared at Zichen. "Didn't you hear clearly? You bunch of dogs who bully others because of their master's power. Tell your master to scram out and then cut off one of his own arms," added the monk. His words were clearly much more domineering than Zichen's. "We don't know what you're talking about. Hand over the person who killed us, or we'll all die," said the Martial Heaven Alliance's people. "Fuck, I really hate you all. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat you all up, I'm going to kill you all." After saying that, the monk jumped out like he was crazy. He charged at the Martial Heaven Alliance's cultivators. Following a series of bangs, the cultivators were sent flying one by one. If they weren't going through walls, they were going through windows. They were all sent flying by the monk in just a few moves. Crackling sounds rang out from the restaurant, as well as some miserable cries. In just a few breaths' time, the people in front of them were gone. Even the corpses on the ground were kicked away by the monk. But even so, the monk still wasn't satisfied. He jumped out of the window and began to madly stomp on the ground. At the same time, he cursed, You bunch of dogs who bully others because of their master's power. Hurry up and tell me who your master is." Through the window, they could still see the monk jumping up and down. This was the first time Zhongming and the others had seen the monk so fierce. They were speechless. While the monk was happily stomping on the ground, Zichen said, "Keep stomping on them until they come out." Outside, the monk was stomping even more viciously. As he stomped, he shouted, "You're from the Martial Heaven Alliance. You're from the Martial Heaven Alliance." While everyone was still in a daze, Zichen came back to his senses. He looked at the waitress beside him who was also in a daze. He smiled. "Can the dishes be served?" The waitress was holding a plate of exquisite dishes. When she heard that, she immediately blushed. After serving the dishes, she quietly said, "Their origins are very great. Is this really all right?" Zichen smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any big problems. Besides, even if there is a problem, shouldn't you be responsible for it? After all, we ate in your tavern and caused trouble." The waitress jumped in fright. She stuck out her tongue and hastily left, afraid that Zichen would hold her responsible. Su Mengyaro also pulled Lin Shui to sit down. She gently patted the back of her hand, calming her down. Now that she knew this wasn't an innocent problem, but rather a target, Lin Shui was no longer angry. How could Zichen not care about her? If he really didn't care about her, he wouldn't have come looking for her. She knew she had been overthinking things. "Weren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat." Zichen seemed to sense that something was wrong with Lin Shui's mood. Zichen's concern caused Lin Shui to smile once more. She was very happy inside. After all, of the four of them, Zichen was the one who had let her eat first. Of course, Zichen didn't know what this little girl was thinking. Outside, miserable screams were still continuing. The monk was still beating people up. If everyone started eating now, it wouldn't be too good. Zhongming carefully asked, "Is this really all right?" Zichen smiled. "Of course. The monk doesn't eat these things. Furthermore, he has too much energy. It's good for him to vent it." Amidst the miserable screams, the dishes were served, and everyone once more began to eat. During this time, they also ordered wine. Outside, over 20 people from the Martial Heaven Alliance were being trampled by the monk. Not a single one of them was able to escape. As the monk trampled them, he even told them where they came from. Many cultivators had already gathered. Seeing this scene, they were all speechless. This fellow, not only did he not secretly beat people up, he even told them where they came from. If he wasn't crazy, then he definitely didn't place the Martial Heaven Alliance in his eyes. "Stop!" A shout rang out from the crowd. The crowd parted, and 3 youths walked out. "Young Master Mo, save me! Young Master Mo, save us!" Seeing the golden-robed youth at the front, the Xiantian experts began to cry for help. The golden-robed youth's name was Jin Mo. He was a Xiantian expert from the Jin family of the 5 elements. Seeing this scene, he frowned and shouted, "What's going on?" The monk stopped trampling people and looked at Jin Mo. "These are your dogs, right?" Jin Mo looked at the monk. "You're the one who told these dogs to bite your Lord Buddha, right?" asked the monk. Jin Mo coldly said, "Do you know who you're talking to? Bastard, you monk, how brazen. Do you know who my young master is? Hurry up and kneel and apologize." Behind Jin Mo, 2 cultivators who seemed to be his guards spoke. "Kneel and apologize. TCH, you delayed Lord Buddha's meal, so Lord Buddha will beat you until you kneel and apologize." The monk charged at the 3 people in front of him. "You're courting death." The 2 people behind Jin Mo charged forward, one of them sending a palm at the monk. Bang! When the 6 syllables mantra appeared, the monk also struck out 2 palms. They were both golden palm prints, but the monk's attack was even more powerful. Bang! Bang! The 2 late mortal Yuan experts were sent flying by the monk's 2 palms. The 2 of them coughed up blood as they flew back. Such power caused everyone's expression to change. Clearly, the monk was using his actions to prove that he wasn't crazy. He really did have power. Jin Mo only saw a blur before the monk appeared in front of him, a fist landing on his stomach. After the heavy punch, Jin Mo's body began to bend like a shrimp. Then, The monk used his elbow and Jin Mo fell to the ground. You dare to trick your Lord Buddha? Jin Mo fell to the ground. The monk raised his foot again and stomped on Jin Mo's face. Every step left a footprint. Jin Mo was in a sorry state. This scene happened very quickly, so fast that it was unimaginable. With just 2 strikes, the monk had knocked down the guard and Jin Mo of the Jin family. Seeing Jin Mo being stepped on, the crowd exclaimed. The western region was controlled by the Jin family. They were the absolute overlord. Even in the western desert, the Jin family had absolute control. Now that Jin Mo was being stepped on, it was equivalent to being humiliated in front of their own family. Naturally, the Jin family wouldn't sit back and watch. The sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. There were many of them. Chapter 10:19. There were many experts gathered here, and the Jin family was the most powerful. As soon as Jin Mo was beaten up, the experts from the other side arrived. The sound of breaking air stopped. The entire tavern and the monk were surrounded. A group of Origin Realm experts flew in the air, staring at the monk coldly. Enough. The monk didn't realize that he was surrounded. He was still dragging Jin Mo and stomping on him. He only stopped when an expert in the air frowned and spoke. The monk stopped and looked up into the sky. When he saw another golden-robed young man, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. It seems that you are much stronger than this trash. I guess you must be the so-called invincible spiritual body. The monk's words caused an uproar. The invincible spirit body had appeared. This kind of existence belonged to legends. Very few people had seen it in real life. Exclamations rang out continuously. The appearance of a spirit body was very shocking. Jin Ling was very satisfied with the cheers. The appearance of a spirit body should have such an effect. Of course, the premise was that they hadn't heard of the name Zi Chen. Zi Chen's appearance had completely broken the legend of the invincible spirit body, humiliating it. Looking at the young man in golden clothes' complacent face, the monk's cold smile deepened. He said sarcastically, I guess you're the one who instigated this kind of despicable method. A mere spirit body, your intelligence is really worrying. The monk's arrogance made everyone's expression change. The western desert was now under the control of the Jin family. A dignified monk dared to be so bold. This was a sign that his family was going to be destroyed. Jin Ling's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. In everyone's eyes, this guy was a monk, but he didn't think so. If he had to call him a monk, he would be a very different kind of monk. If I'm not wrong, you should know Zi Chen, right? Jin Ling said. Ha ha. The monk laughed. Zi Chen, who was standing at the door, was relieved. So this was the problem. The other party was angry at the monk because of him. Zi Chen had been careless about this. Although his appearance had changed, Tyrant and the others hadn't. One should know that when Zi Chen killed the fire spirit in the first human gathering place, Tyrant and the others were there. Other than Tyrant, Su Mengyao and the others were also there. It could be assumed that the Jin family hated Zi Chen to the core. Their information gathering was also very accurate. Therefore, they recognized the monk's group and came to make trouble. It seems that you are. Jin Ling's expression turned cold, and so did his tone. Some of the human origin realm cultivators' expressions changed. They all knew what Zi Chen's name meant. He was a powerful cultivator who could kill spiritual beings. However, all of this was limited to the ancient road. Once they reached the outside world, they all subconsciously ignored this matter. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't dare to casually spread it around. So what if it's me? The monk admitted with a look of sarcasm. Jin Ling smiled and said, nothing much, I just want you to die. Killing intent flickered in Jin Ling's eyes as he coldly shouted, kill them all. An uproar broke out, and everyone hastily retreated. They didn't want to be implicated. In the blink of an eye, only the Jin family's people and the Martial Heaven Alliance's celestial experts remained. However, these celestial experts were all terrified by Tyrant. They didn't dare to attack now. They were cowardly and suspected of avoiding battle. That was because Tyrant wasn't the only one here. That woman was also very powerful. She could kill a human origin realm expert with a single attack. She was beautiful, but her combat power couldn't be underestimated. Jin Ling looked at everyone's reaction disdainfully. Trash, all of you, leave. Wait. A loud shout came from Lei Yiming. Zi Chen's group walked down the tavern's stairs. Lei Yiming was at the front, and his expression was grave. He shouted, "Just now, each of you has to leave behind an arm before you leave." The celestial experts' hearts shook. They glared at Lei Yiming's group. They didn't understand. These people were about to die, so where did they get the courage to ask them to leave behind an arm? Jin Ling also didn't understand. He coldly said, "You think you can show off in front of me?" Before he could finish speaking, Jin Ling saw someone move. His speed was extremely fast. He was like a ray of light, passing through the celestial experts. Then, there was a poof, poof sound. Arms flew up one by one, and there was fresh blood. There were only a dozen celestial experts. The ray of light only circled around once before returning to its original position. It was an extremely ordinary youth. "Ah, my arm." Only when the youth returned did the celestial expert notice that his arm was gone. Only then did he let out a miserable cry. In the distance, everyone sighed in admiration at the youth's speed. He was too fast. They only saw a blur in front of them before he returned. The celestial expert's miserable cry caused Jin Ling's expression to turn incomparably ashen. He raged, "Kill them all." Killing intent erupted, and energy surged. The Jin family's people all attacked. "Kill!" shouted Lei Yiming. He took the lead and charged forward. Xia Xin followed closely behind him, followed by Zhong Ming and the others. As for Zi Chen's women, no one went to protect them. With their strength, they didn't need anyone to protect them. Each one of them was more beautiful than the other, and their battle prowess was also extremely strong. Immediately after, the roars of dragons and tigers rang out. Longhu, Flying Divine Tiger, and Barbarian Dragon appeared one by one. They had all broken through in the 2 years on the ancient path. Now that they appeared, their terrifying auras spread out. The three of them didn't need to give any instructions. The three beasts attacked the Jin family's origin realm experts. Against divine beasts of this level, the Jin family's people of the same level were simply courting death. Amidst the popping sounds, several of the Jin family's origin realm experts were already killed. At the same time, the celestial experts who had their arms cut off were also implicated. Several of them died in an instant. The battle happened in an instant, but the outcome was immediately decided. This caused everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. The one who had the overwhelming advantage wasn't the Jin family, but these strangers. Moreover, each of these strangers was stronger than the last. The weakest among them was a celestial expert. Everyone was extremely surprised that the Jin family's people were at a disadvantage. However, as long as the invincible spirit body was here, this wasn't a problem. As long as the spirit body attacked, it would definitely be able to turn the situation around and kill everyone. However, when their gazes shifted again and landed on the invincible spirit body of the Jin family, a scene that made their jaws drop appeared. The spirit body of the Jin family had already attacked. It was surrounded by the monk and the young man from before. The monk was the main attacker, assisted by the power of mantras, and the young man relied on extreme speed to launch sneak attacks. Among those of the same level, the spirit body that was known to be invincible was actually being held back by two of the same level. This kind of situation should not have happened. Invincible spirit body, is it that awesome? The monk held a blade in one hand and a fist in the other. He attacked continuously with the power of mantras at the same time. The spirit body was naturally able to deal with his powerful attacks, but there was a young man beside him. The young man's speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were also very tricky. He faintly felt a sense of danger. However, putting the young man aside, the monk's strength was also not to be underestimated. Power of gold slashing. The spirit body of the Jin family shouted. He used his palm as a blade and made a slashing motion. His entire arm turned golden. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards his arm crazily, and a violent aura spread out. Amitabha, Vajra palm. The monk put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. The light around his body became extremely dazzling. Extremely pure Buddhist power surged as he slapped his palm forward. Boom! The two techniques collided, causing a violent explosion. The monk was sent flying 8 steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. On the other hand, the spirit body of the jinn family was sent flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. The crowd was in an uproar. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that the monk had the obvious upper hand in the collision with the spirit body. The spirit body of the jinn family wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared at the monk fiercely, and then at the young man. In the previous attack, he was on par with the monk. If one really wanted to determine who was stronger, the spirit body was naturally stronger. However, when he was sent flying, he was attacked by a black fist. This was the main reason why he was sent flying. However, the opponent's speed was too fast, and he was also very cunning. No one saw this movement, and they all thought that the monk was the one who sent him flying. The battle was still ongoing. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. No one cared about the pub from before. Unbeknownst to them, there was another table of people in the pub. This was a very strange table of people. They ordered a table of ingredients and a pot of vegetarian wine. They ate while watching the battle. Their expressions were very calm. It was only when the monk clashed with the spirit body that their expressions changed. Buddhist power, the purest Buddhist power, one of them exclaimed. This person was like the others, wearing an extremely large robe. The robe covered his entire head, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. At this moment, due to his excitement, the robe covering his head slipped off. He was actually a bald monk, just like the monk. That's right, it's pure Buddhist power. This is the power of Buddha. Could he be the reincarnation of Buddha? Another exclamation was heard, but this time it was suppressed. It doesn't matter if he is the reincarnation of Buddha or not. Since he has pure Buddhist power, he must be a Buddhist. Who knows, he might even be a pure descendant of Buddhism. When Zichen displayed his extreme speed just now, they were not excited. They were just surprised. At this moment, because of the Buddhist power that was surging around the monk, all of them became excited. Some even danced with joy. Just when they were excited, the battle outside was almost over. The Jin family was completely defeated, leaving behind many corpses. The rest had retreated far away. As for the spirit body of the Jin family, he was constantly retreating under the siege of Zichen and the monk. Moreover, the two of them were very cunning. One of them would either use sneak attacks or the other would raise his leg and kick wildly. The Jin family spirit body's face was covered with bruises. There were many injuries on his body. Of course, the most obvious were the few big footprints on his body. I searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Zichen, I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 1020. The aura of the Earth Origin realm descended, but Zichen and the monk did not stop. One punched, the other kicked. Under their combined strength, Jin Ling was sent flying, losing all his face. The Earth Origin realm appeared in the air, releasing an endless pressure. Zichen and the monk's movements were hindered, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. They had no choice but to give up on the idea of killing them. Zichen, I didn't expect you to still be alive. In the air, the Earth Origin realm coldly stared at Zichen, who had changed his appearance. What, Zichen, his Zichen? Jin Ling, who was sent flying, was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, the expressions of the cultivators who knew the name Zichen immediately changed. Zichen retreated and stood shoulder to shoulder with the monk. He raised his head to look at the Earth Origin realm and asked, "What do you mean by this?" "Zichen, you're Zichen. Haha, everyone thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to still be alive, and even have the guts to come to the Western Desert." The Earth Origin realm said with certainty. Zichen denied, "I don't know what you're talking about." A cold light flashed in the Earth Origin realm's eyes. "You don't know? If I kill them, you should know." After saying that, the pressure became even stronger, causing the crowd to be unable to breathe. The Earth Origin realm had already surpassed the limits of a human. His battle strength was not something a human could compare with. If he wanted to kill them, no one would be able to survive. Seeing the killing intent in the Earth Origin realm's eyes, Zichen knew that if he did not admit it, the other party would really kill him. Because of the Lightning Divine Palace, they did not have the time to care about the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. This was true, but this did not mean that they did not have the time to care about Zichen. What do you want? Zichen asked, admitting his identity. The crowd was in an uproar. Jinling's face was filled with shock. He only knew that the monk and his group were Zichen's friends, and wanted to kill them to collect some interest. However, he did not expect that the real Zichen was in the group. Aside from the shock, Jinling's face was filled with relief. Fortunately, Zichen did not want to reveal his identity. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not only be in a difficult situation, but also be unable to save his life. The news of Zichen's death had spread like wildfire, but no one had been able to find his body. Some guessed that Zichen's body had been found long ago, but it had been hidden by some power. Some guessed that Zichen was still alive, but no one had expected that Zichen was really still alive. You admitted it. The Earth Yuan cultivator sneered. He wasn't sure before, so he threatened Yi Chen. But now, he was sure. Zichen's appearance was restored. He stared coldly at Earth Origin Reem. What do you want? Earth Yuan sneered, hand over the heavenly book and kill yourself. Otherwise, all your friends will die. You, an Earth Yuan cultivator, are threatening a human Yuan cultivator like me? Don't you feel ashamed? Zichen's eyes were filled with anger, and so were the rest of the people. Earth Yuan cultivator laughed. Shame? I don't think so. If you think it's unfair, then let's fight to the death. It's fair. Fight to the death. Zichen was stunned. He wanted to slap Earth Yuan cultivator to death. An Earth Yuan cultivator and a human Yuan cultivator, how could a fight like this be called fair? Lei Yiming and the others were angry, but they did not dare to criticize this shameless Earth Yuan cultivator. Hey, strong cultivator, what's your name? Suddenly, Tyrant asked. Of course I have to sign up for a fair fight. My name is Jin Linkan. Earth Yuan cultivator said confidently. Jin Linkan, such a powerful name. But, your way of fighting is really shameless. Tyrant ignored Jin Linsan's ugly expression and said, I believe that if you were at the same level as Zichen, even if you were at the same level as him, Zichen would still be able to beat you to a pulp, let alone an early-stage human Yuan cultivator. He could even beat the shit out of you. After Tyrant finished his words, Lin Shui could not help but laugh. The rest of the people also could not help but laugh. Jin Linkan was trembling with anger. He shouted, cut the crap. You only have two choices. Either you fight to the death, or you kill yourself. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. If you kill yourself, your friends can live. But if you lose the fight, everyone will die. Zichen, don't believe him. Let's fight our way out. Lin Shui shouted. That's right. You can't trust people like him. Wang Xiana said. Fight our way out. Chimph, you can try. If I really let you run away, I, Jin Linkan, will destroy my own cultivation and kill myself. Jin Linkan said confidently. Zichen's expression turned ugly. He cursed in his heart. Why did the damn token have such a problem? If it had not, he would have already arrived at the Wuji sect. He might even be living a happy life with a beauty in his arms. There were many onlookers around. Their expressions were more sarcastic than sympathetic. Two choices. Hurry up and choose. Jin Ling came closer and shouted. Choose your mother. At most, we will fight to the death. You trashy spiritual body, I will kill you first. Tyrant said angrily. Jin Ling sneered. His face was full of disdain. Tyrant was so angry that he wanted to kick him again. He chooses the third choice. Just when Zichen was in a dilemma, a voice came from behind. This was an unfamiliar voice. Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw a few shiny bald heads appear. The bald leader said to Jin Linkan, who was in the air, your Jin clan is too much. How dare an Earth Origin Realm cultivator threaten a Human Origin Realm cultivator? Jin Lincoln glanced at these bald heads and did not speak. Jin Ling snorted, Buddhist sect, do you want to be annihilated by appearing here? Even an Earth Origin Realm cultivator would not dare to annihilate us, let alone a Human Origin Realm cultivator. A spiritual body is not invincible. The bald leader said seriously. You. Jin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent after being humiliated again. You juniors dare to appear here. You must have informed your elders, right? Jin Lincoln said. That's right. Our Earth Origin Realm cultivator will be here soon. The bald head stepped forward and stood beside Tyrant. Both sides looked at each other curiously. They were just short of touching each other's bald heads to see if they were really bald. Back then, the Buddhist sect didn't dare interfere in our Jin clan's matters. Now, a mere Buddhist sect that's barely surviving dares to point fingers at us. I'm afraid there's no need for the Buddhist sect to exist. Jin Linsan's words made everyone's expressions change. This was a sign that he was going to annihilate the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was established by the survivors of the Buddhist sect. After 20,000 years, it had reached a certain scale. However, this scale was nothing in the eyes of the Jin clan. Back then, you annihilated the Buddhist sect. Now, you want to annihilate the Buddhist sect. Your Jin clan sure is decisive. A cold voice sounded. Then, an Earth Origin Realm aura descended from the sky. The void tore open as a figure appeared. Upon seeing this person, Zichen was clearly surprised. This was because the other party was the Earth Origin Realm expert he had met in Heaven's Pride City. Furthermore, this person was the one who had requested the perfect body to give him the lightning token. Senior. Zichen's face lit up with joy. The Earth Origin Realm expert nodded at Zichen. Ancient race, you are out. Jin Linsan's expression changed when he saw the Earth Origin Realm expert. After the void tore open, it didn't heal. Following that, figures descended from the sky. Leading them was the perfect body. When the other party saw Zichen, he said with a smile, Zichen, we meet again. Furthermore, we saved your life again. Save me. Stop dreaming. Even if 10 Earth Origin Realm experts came, they wouldn't be able to save him today, Jin Ling said coldly. You actually appeared here. Did you chase the fiends out? Jin Lincoln asked again. Chased out? How is that possible? Another voice sounded. The void tore open from another direction as a tall fiend appeared. Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the tall demonic figure. This was the earthly origin stage demonic cultivator who had tried to recruit him, and there were many other demonic cultivators who had appeared behind him. Fiends. The fiends have appeared. The appearance of the fiends caused an uproar. Jin Lincoln shouted, Ancient race, how dare you collude with the fiends? The fiend expert smiled and said, this can't be considered collusion. At most, it's a ceasefire. It won't be too late to start a war after we're done with the matters here. Then, he looked at Zichen and said, Zichen, we meet again. Zichen smiled bitterly. You really disappoint me. You left so easily, but you killed so many of my children. Zichen smiled bitterly as embarrassment appeared on his face. The fiend expert added, don't worry. As long as we fiends are around, no human will dare touch you. We will protect you. Zichen smiled bitterly and awkwardly. There was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Humans and fiends were irreconcilable enemies, but the fiends had saved him time and time again while humans had tried to kill him time and time again. However, this way, it was an ironclad fact that he had colluded with the fiends. Zichen, I didn't expect you to collude with the fiends. The spirit body Jin Ling looked at Zichen with disdain. The monk cursed angrily, damn it. You said we seduced the fiends. If it weren't for your tricks, the fiends wouldn't have appeared. Idiot. The monk and Jin Ling were quarreling while the 3 earthly realm experts were looking at each other in the sky. It was obviously 1 against 2, and Zichen had the upper hand. However, this was the headquarters of the Jin family. It was easy for them to mobilize earthly realm experts. Whoever touches Zichen is the same as touching the ancient race. We will use the power of the ancient race to kill, encircle and kill at all costs. The earthly realm expert of the ancient race said the word kill 3 times in a row. Jin Linsan's face changed. Although Zi Chen was under the protection of the ancient race, it was not so obvious. But today, the ancient race had made their attitude clear. Haha, I will also say the same thing. Whoever touches Zi Chen is the same as going against the fiends. We will fight to the death with him at all costs. The earthly realm expert of the ancient race said. Of course, his words were not completely out of good intentions. That was because the demon race would never rest until one of them was dead. If Zi Chen was killed, it would become a fuse. The ancient race would be infuriated and would not stop the demon race. At that time, the demon race would use the ancient road to enter the Tianwu continent en masse. And the first to suffer would be the Jin family. The scene in front of them was a game. However, it was not a game between 3 earthly realm experts, but a game between many forces. Behind the 3 of them, there were many forces. Of course, there were also the shadows of heavenly realm experts. Chapter 10:21. Jin Linkan stared at the 2 people in front of him. At this moment, Zi Chen was completely ignored. Do you really want to go against the 5 elements powers? Jin Linkan said coldly. Chumph, the Earth Origin realm expert snorted. His attitude was clear. The Demon Clan was much more direct. The Demon Clan expert said, aren't we enemies? Can you represent the Ancient Clan and the Demon Clan? Jin Linkan asked again. In the center of the city, there was a 9-floored pagoda. 3 people stood in the pagoda. One of them was from the Demon Clan, while the other 2 were from the Ancient Clan and the Jin Clan. The appearance of the Demon Clan and the Ancient Clan at the same time did not surprise the Jin Clan. The Heaven Origin realm was already the peak of the Sky Martial continent. This was the true Sky Martial realm. At this realm, to them, there were no enemies in this world. It was not as if they would fight to the death with the Demon Clan. If there was a need, there was no harm in cooperating with the Demon Clan. You want to interfere? The Jin Clan expert said. Your family won't be able to handle it. The Ancient Clan expert replied. The Jin Clan expert chuckled, it's not just my family. The Ancient Clan expert said, even if the 5 families join hands, we won't be able to handle it. It's not just the 5 families. Even if all the families join hands, we won't be able to handle it. The Jin Clan expert was surprised, so sure. The Ancient Clan expert said, we recently found some ancient books. Ancient books. There are ancient books about the Lightning Divine Palace. The Jin Clan expert was completely shocked. That's right. Coincidentally, we also have some understanding of the Lightning Divine Palace. The Ancient Clan expert said. Is the rumor true that the Lightning Divine Palace has the secret to becoming a god? It's true. The Jin Clan expert's expression changed again. However, after a while, he calmed down. What do you want? Share. Okay. With just a few words, both sides had already reached an agreement. From the beginning to the end, the Ancient Clan expert did not mention Zi Chen's name, nor did he say that he wanted to protect him. However, when the agreement was reached, the confrontation between the 3 earthly Yuan cultivators was over. The Jin Clan left. Apparently, they no longer cared about Zi Chen or the tomes of arcane. In the big forces, the Sky Origin stage cultivators were the ones who made the decisions. In the eyes of the Sky Origin stage cultivators, Zi Chen was just a nobody, maybe not even a nobody. Maybe he was very talented, but those who could reach the Sky Origin stage were all talented cultivators. As for the heavenly book in his hands, it was not that attractive to those at the heavenly origin stage. At the very least, it would not be able to surpass the Lightning Divine Hall. Zi Chen, who was only in the human origin stage, was nothing in their eyes. They weren't even interested in mentioning him. However, the agreement had been reached, and the 2 sides were now allies. At this critical moment, no one would pay any attention to Zi Chen. The retreat of the Jin Clan was really unexpected. After all, the Jin Clan had suffered a loss this time. Zi Chen, we're leaving too. We'll find you for a drink later. The perfect body left with the ancient race. Zi Chen, come visit me when you have time. After saying that, The demon also left. Soon, the people from the three forces left. The corpses on the ground were also taken away. Of course, before they were taken away, the wealth in them had been collected in advance. Seeing the monk collect the spirit rings and search for resources, the Buddhist monks had strange expressions. "Thank you for your help, masters." Seeing that the monk ignored them, Zichen hurriedly went forward to thank them. "Benefactor, you're welcome." The monks bowed to Zichen and then looked at the monk. Clearly, they were more interested in the monk than Zichen. "Who are you people?" After the monk collected the resources, he looked at the bald men and asked in a ruffian manner. The monks put their palms together again. The leader said, "I'm Ming Xin." "Ming Xin." The monk's eyes flashed with disdain. Why does a monk have to call a woman by her name? His words immediately caused an awkward situation. A monk beside him explained, "We're from the Ming generation. I'm Ming Ju. I'm good and evil." The monk pretended to be an old man. Ming Xin chatted with the monk. Ming Xin's words were kind and humble. He had the temperament of a monk. Compared to the monk, he was much more ruffian. Fortunately, he restrained himself and didn't call him Lord Buddha. "You invited us to the Buddhist sect." The monk looked at Ming Xin. Ming Xin emphasized, "I invited you, good and evil. What exactly is the Buddhist sect that you belong to?" The monk asked again. Ming Xin explained, "The Buddhist sect is not a thing. It's a branch of the Buddhist sect." Buddhist sect. The monk was stunned. His expression changed. He hesitated for a full minute and finally nodded, "All right. I'll go to the Buddhist sect for a while. I'll be back soon." The monk turned around and said to Zichen, "Be careful." The monk nodded and then left with the monks. When they reached the outside of the city, they saw another monk standing there. "Martial uncle." Ming Xin and the others went up to greet him. This was an old monk who had come to rescue them. His realm was at the Earth Yuan realm, but he didn't enter after sensing something abnormal. After the monk left, Zichen and company had nowhere to go. They could only return to the tavern. Just as they took their seats, the perfect body entered the tavern. After entering, the perfect body's expression became extremely exaggerated as he looked at Su Mengyaro and company. "Beauties, hello. My name is the perfect body." The perfect body extended his hand. However, he awkwardly realized that his hand had stopped in midair. No one paid any attention to him. "How is that possible? I'm much more handsome than Zichen." The perfect body was puzzled. He was telling the truth. Although Zichen was handsome, compared to him, there was a huge difference. They were not on the same level at all. A man's charm doesn't depend on his appearance, but on his inner qualities. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with contempt. The perfect body awkwardly retracted his hand and sat down. Zhong Ming and company were already very familiar with him. Both parties greeted each other and then Zichen introduced them one by one. He started with Lei Ming and ended with Su Mengyaro and company. "Zichen, although you don't look that good, I have to say that your luck with women is really good." The perfect body sighed from the bottom of his heart. Zichen clearly didn't want to discuss this matter with the perfect body. He asked, "What are you doing here?" "To drink, of course." "That's not the problem. Haven't you heard of Lightning Divine Temple?" The perfect body said. "It's indeed Lightning Divine Temple." A light flashed in Zichen's eyes before he asked, "Then, are we here because of you?" "What?" A hint of confusion appeared in the perfect body's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "By the way, why are you here? Did you hear that Lightning Divine Temple appeared here?" Seeing that the perfect body didn't know anything, Zichen didn't ask further. To his surprise, the perfect body's expression turned much more serious. He looked at Zichen and said, "Lightning Divine Temple is very dangerous. You can go and take a look, but I'm afraid it's not appropriate for them to follow." Zichen had already made up his mind. Even if the perfect body didn't say anything, he planned on letting Su Mengyaro and company return first. The Five Elements faction was determined to kill him. Furthermore, this was the Jin family's faction. Zichen naturally didn't feel at ease leaving Su Mengyaro and company here. After the crowd dispersed, Zichen was thinking about this question in his heart. However, he did not immediately bring it up. The monks who went to the Buddhist sect that day did not return. Zichen took a few people with him and wandered around the city. After a full 3 days, Zichen finally asked them to leave. Zhongming and company only felt a little regretful that they couldn't see Lightning Divine Temple, but they knew that Zichen was doing it for their own good. As for Lin Shuai and company, they were naturally reluctant, but they had no choice but to leave. There was a teleportation array in the city. The perfect body had already pointed out the direction for everyone. Zichen personally watched as the group stepped onto the teleportation array. His eyes were naturally filled with reluctance. After returning, Zichen was somewhat surprised to see the monk return. He asked, "They've left. Are you coming?" "Of course not, but you have to make a trip with me now," said the monk. "Where to?" "I made a trip to the Buddhist sect and they told me some secrets. Then, they said that there are incomplete Buddhist scriptures in the Buddhist sect's ruins and that I can bring someone in. Their original intention was for me to bring a monk in, but I don't know them well, so I decided to bring you in," said the monk. "That's something used by monks. It's not of much use to me. Why did you bring me along?" Zichen found it odd. "To be honest, it's said that it's very dangerous there. I'm afraid that I'll die inside, so I came to find you." Zichen asked with a smile, "You asked me to be your scapegoat? Pui, I think the two of us have a higher chance of survival. Even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, Zichen would follow. Are 2 people enough? If not, we can call the perfect body," said Zichen. 2 people is already the limit." Before leaving, Zichen went to find the perfect body and said that he would be leaving for a while. "Hurry up. Lightning Divine Temple has already appeared in this area. It will probably appear soon," said the perfect body. "I know. I'm just looking for something. I'll be back soon. You have to come back as soon as possible. Once Lightning Divine Temple truly appears, it'll be an opportunity for us." Zichen smiled. He didn't dare hope for the chance to become a god. The 2 of them headed for the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in a desert. The monk brought Zichen in without needing to report. Along the way, Zichen realized that there weren't many Buddhist disciples, but they weren't weak. Furthermore, after entering the Buddhist sect, there was a pure Buddhist power surging within the Buddhist sect. He felt much more relaxed. Zichen enjoyed this feeling very much. He stood aloof from worldly affairs and had a natural peace. In that instant, he had the urge to convert. Deep in the Buddhist sect, there was a hall. In the hall sat an old monk. The moment Zichen and the monk entered, the old monk's gaze landed on Zichen. His gaze was calm and deep like an abyss. "This is the helper you found," the old monk said. His words were slow but clear. "Is there a problem?" The monk retorted without much respect. The old monk shook his head and smiled kindly. "Of course there's no problem. Then can we leave?" The monk said again, his attitude still cold. "Let's go." The old monk stood up and personally led the monk and Zichen. "This is the current sect master of the Buddhist sect." The old monk walked in front while the monk explained to Zichen in a low voice. Zichen was surprised. "He's the sect master, yet you still have such an attitude." Chapter 10:22. Zichen smiled when he heard the reason behind the monk's dissatisfaction. "None of these bald thieves are good people. They were the ones who took the initiative to lure me to that lousy place and now they are threatening me to teach them the incantation." The monk raised his voice slightly but the old monk in front of him did not respond. Zichen smiled and asked, "Then did you give it to them?" The monk's expression turned ugly and Zichen laughed out loud. Obviously, this guy didn't want to be taken advantage of and had given away the mantra. However, since the monk was willing to give away the mantra, it meant that the place wasn't ordinary. It was definitely not a lousy place like the monk said. Moreover, the monk didn't like to be taken advantage of. This time, he was willing to give away the mantra. Maybe the old monk gave him some benefits. Following the old monk, Zichen found that the place they were going to was relatively remote. Moreover, he could sense a powerful aura in the dark. There were only 2 explanations for this. The first was that the old monk had led them to an encirclement. There were many experts there who wanted to harm them. However, this was obviously impossible. If they really wanted to attack the two of them, the old monk alone was enough. As for the second explanation, it was that the place they were going to was extraordinary. It was an extremely important place in Buddhism. After walking for 15 minutes, the three of them arrived at an entrance. There was a formation at the entrance. The formation distorted and then automatically separated to reveal a secret passage. The three of them entered the secret passage. The passage went all the way down and there were turns in the middle. At every turn, Zichen could sense something abnormal. There were experts overseeing it. In this insignificant place, Zichen could sense several powerful auras. He immediately felt that Buddhism had a deep foundation. After another 15 minutes, Zichen finally saw the exit. When he walked out, he saw a hall. The underground hall was as bright as day. The walls of the hall were inlaid with illuminating stones. In the center of the hall, there was a 2-meter-tall stone platform. The stone platform was engraved with complicated patterns. If one stared at it for a long time, they would feel dizzy. At this moment, there were 8 old monks on the stone platform. They were sitting cross-legged in 8 directions with their eyes closed. Each of them represented a direction. And around the stone platform, there were 2 rows of monks. The first row had 16 monks surrounding the stone platform. The second row had 32 monks, forming a larger encirclement. Like the old monk on the platform, they were meditating with their eyes closed. At that moment, as the Buddhist sect leader entered, all the monks instantly opened their eyes. Their gazes were calm, and they looked benevolent. They put their palms together and chanted Buddhist mantras softly. Seeing these old monks, Zichen immediately widened his eyes. Because in his perception, these old monks were all unfathomable existences. In other words, these old monks were all in the earthly Yuan realm. Not only Zichen, but even the other monks were moved. At the same time, the other monks were also sizing up Zichen and evil good monk. However, their expressions were indifferent and no one could tell what they were thinking. "Senior brother, do you want to open this place?" An old monk on the stone platform asked. "Thank you, junior brother." The Buddhist sect leader pressed his palms together. Zichen could clearly feel that the way the monks looked at him had changed. Yes, they were only looking at him, but they were looking at evil good monk the same way. He only glanced at them and then looked away. Next, the 8 old monks on the stone platform began to form hand seals. Streams of Buddhist power surged out from their fingers and landed on the formation in front of them. In addition to the 8 old monks, the 16 monks below the stone platform and 32 other monks also began to form hand seals. All the power gathered at the center of the stone platform. At the same time, a group of old monks was still chanting solemnly. The syllables were ancient, like some kind of Buddhist chant. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. The monk, who was originally indifferent, gradually turned serious. Ignoring the fact that there was no mantra in the Buddhist ruins, the fact that it took so long for so many experts to work together showed how extraordinary this place was. After an hour, the energy at the center of the stone platform finally began to tremble. Then, the space there began to distort. A pitch-black passage appeared out of thin air as if it was being forcefully torn apart. The space cracked open and the passage appeared. Then, a gust of chilly wind blew. In the chilly wind, there were ghostly cries, which made one's hair stand on end. The monk's expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, he even had the urge to give up on entering. However, he had placed almost all his belongings here, so he had no choice but to enter. He turned his head to look at Zichen. He saw that Zichen's expression was solemn, but there was a light in his eyes. It was a light of challenge and danger. Immediately, the monk was no longer afraid. He turned his head again and looked at the Buddhist sect leader. He asked, "You have to keep your word. If I come back alive, you will give me the position of sect leader." The monk's question shocked Zichen. He knew that the monk was at a disadvantage and was willing to enter. He thought that the other party must have promised him something. However, he never expected that the other party would actually promise him the position of sect leader. Amitabha. This old monk will not lie. As long as junior brother good and evil can return safely, the position of sect leader will be yours. The old monk put his palms together. Zichen looked at the old monk in disbelief. Then, he looked at the other monks. Their expressions did not change much. There was no surprise or shock. It was as if the two of them were just asking if they had eaten or not. If I become the sect leader, I can do whatever I want. The monk asked again. The old monk nodded. You won't interfere with me. The old monk said, we won't interfere, even if you ask everyone to commit suicide. All right, I'll believe you this time. After saying that, the monk jumped onto the stone platform. Zichen was very moved by the conversation between the two. However, his reaction was not slow. The moment the monk moved, he moved as well. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the passage. Before they could step in, a suction force came from the passage and sucked them away. The two of them disappeared and the passage disappeared in an instant. All the monks were sweating. Although the conversation was short, they had spent a lot of energy to maintain the passage. Senior brother sect leader, is junior brother evil good really a bodhisattva? After the two of them disappeared, an old monk on the platform asked. The sect leader shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but I'm 70% sure. This place will also prove it for us. If he is a bodhisattva, he will naturally be able to return successfully and lead the Buddhist sect to avoid this disaster. The monks nodded but did not say anything else. Zichen and the monk entered a world of yin wind. The yin wind whistled in their ears like sharp blades, cutting their bodies. Their robes flapped in the wind. In this yin wind, there were also yin spirits. Zichen had already been attacked by yin spirits several times. Are you sure this is a Buddhist sect? What a strong aura of resentment. Zichen looked at the shadow in the yin wind and asked. It should be because I can feel the Buddhist power in this place. The Buddhist power is very pure, but it has evil intent. The monk said in a low voice. Be careful. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. A soul shadow suddenly appeared behind Zichen and attacked Zichen. Lightning flashed around Zichen and golden snakes appeared one after another. The golden snakes slithered around and wreaked havoc outside his body. Crackling sounds were heard continuously. The soul shadow was hit by the electric snakes and let out a shrill scream before disappearing. After this soul shadow, another 7 to 8 soul shadows rushed towards Zichen. Lightning surged around Zichen and easily destroyed the soul shadows. The monk stood at the side and watched strangely. Because from the beginning until now, the target of all the soul shadows was Zichen. As for the monk, not only was he not attacked, the soul shadows would take a detour when they saw him. Why did they only attack me and not you? Zichen asked curiously after destroying a wave of soul shadows. The monk smiled proudly. This is a problem of character. Zichen curled his lips when he heard this. The two of them moved forward as the chilly wind kept whistling. However, the soul shadows could not cause any harm to Zichen because lightning had a restraining effect on souls. The chilly wind gradually disappeared, but the world was filled with a chill. After moving forward for about a few miles, Zichen and the monk stopped. The two of them looked ahead and saw a young monk standing there. The young monk looked to be in his 20s and was wearing a kasaya. When he saw the two of them, a look of joy suddenly appeared on the young monk's face as he walked towards them. Zichen and evil good monk looked at each other and did not go forward. They waited for the monk to take the initiative. You two are here. Follow me. The young monk stopped in front of the two of them. He put his palms together and bowed before speaking. You knew we were coming? Evil good monk asked curiously. The young monk did not say much. He only smiled. His smile was like a spring breeze, with a compassionate look. Then, he turned around and walked forward. Zichen and evil good subconsciously followed after him. This place was not like this before. This was a sacred land filled with extremely pure Buddhist power. All the disciples of the Buddhist sect lived here without any worries, the young monk suddenly said. A strange look flashed across Zichen and evil good monk's faces, but they did not say anything. There used to be a pavilion there. Back then, many brothers played chess there. You can still vaguely see some of their shadows. That was a martial arts hall. After the brothers tested their Buddhist doctrine, they would come here to compete. Even now, you can hear Buddhist chants at night. There. The young monk explained the original appearance of this place to the two of them. From time to time, he would say that he could hear and see. This made Zichen and Evil Good Monk feel a chill down their spines. The young monk had a very thorough understanding of this place. It was as if he had lived here before. Everywhere he went, he could describe every blade of grass and every tree. However, the Buddhist sect had disappeared for more than 20,000 years. If he was a disciple of the Buddhist sect, wouldn't it mean that he had lived for more than 20,000 years? If he was really someone from 20,000 years ago, how strong would he be now? But now, as they probed with their spiritual sense, the young monk was only in the mortal origin realm. How could someone who had lived for more than 20,000 years only be in this realm? Strange. There's something strange about this young monk. This was what the two of them thought at the same time. However, they did not know what was strange about the young monk. Chapter 1023. At first, the young monk was talking about buildings, places, grass, and trees. His tone was calm as if he was introducing them to them. However, as they went deeper, his words and tone changed. He pointed to a protrusion on the left and said, "That used to be a fake mountain." There was a pavilion beside the fake mountain. Back then, my senior brothers were playing chess in the pavilion. Suddenly, a calamity fell from the sky and all of them died tragically. Calamity? What calamity? Zichen suddenly asked. An unimaginable calamity. The calamity of the sect's destruction. On that day, it rained blood that shouldn't have reached the Buddhist sect. The blood rain fell into the Buddhist sect and entered the sacred land. The sacred land was stained with blood and the Buddhist sect was destroyed. The young monk's tone changed from calm to cold. This wasn't a natural calamity. It was a man-made calamity. The young monk suddenly turned around and stared at the two. His expression suddenly became ferocious. A man-made calamity befell the Buddhist sect. Why do you think it was? The Buddhist sect stood aloof from worldly affairs but was destroyed. Who is to blame? The young monk's change in expression made Zichen frown. However, Evil Good Monk snorted coldly. You darn baldy. You're asking me who I blame? How would I know? The young monk smiled. His smile was somewhat strange. Indeed, I can't blame anyone because I don't blame anyone. This is how the world is. If you want to kill someone, you don't need a reason. Just a thought is enough. Seeing Zichen frown again, the young monk looked at him and asked, "Do you think that monks should be merciful?" My words go against the essence of monks. Zichen didn't say anything because the young monk's aura had become extremely abnormal. Although there was sadness, there was more resentment. The young monk suddenly put his palms together and said solemnly, "Buddha is merciful. This is the principle of the Buddhist sect. If you meet a good person, you will convert them. If you meet a bad person, you will convert them as well. However, the method of conversion is different. You want to convert us?" Seeing the young monk's expression, Zichen asked. "All of you are surrounded by endless evil thoughts. I don't know how many people you have killed in your life. The best way to convert people like you is to send you to hell, so that you will never commit evil again. Converting one of you is equivalent to converting millions of people." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura was released from the young monk's body. At the same time, it was accompanied by an evil killing intent. Die. This monk was extremely abnormal. Zichen attacked first. Endless lightning flashed between his fingers and turned into a palm print that hit the young monk. The young monk's body was like a mirror. With a boom, it exploded into countless small pieces. These small pieces emitted light and floated in all directions. Zichen and Tyrant had never seen such a scene before. Their expressions were extremely solemn. The light scattered and landed in all directions. Then, young monks appeared one after another. These monks were all in their true form. Their eyes turned extremely cold. Just as Zichen and Tyrant were guessing if this was a clone, the young monk launched an attack at the two of them. Scram! Zichen shouted. The power around him transformed into a tidal wave of energy that spread out in all directions. Under this energy tide, many young monks were blasted away. However, there was still one who passed through the energy tide and arrived in front of Zichen. Poof! A sharp blade pierced through Zichen's defense and stabbed into Zichen's back. However, before it could penetrate deeply, it was stuck. This attack was unable to break through the powerful perfect body. Evil good monk hit the young monk with his palm. The young monk's body exploded again, but there was still no flesh and blood. "How are you?" Tyrant looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and then said, "I'm fine." He used a Buddhist technique. "I'm not too sure. I've never seen such a technique." Tyrant shook his head. "Die." The young monk shouted at the same time and attacked the two of them again. However, compared to evil good monk, Zichen suffered a lot more attacks. The young monk's strength was not strong. Either Zichen or evil good monk could kill him. Unfortunately, the young monk's body seemed to be indestructible. Once it was destroyed, it would reappear. "Kill him in one shot," Zichen said coldly. "It's useless. Today, I'm going to convert you." The young monk's smile became extremely ferocious. Zichen and Tyrant turned into two beams of light and flashed between the various figures. They punched and palms at the same time. Under the powerful attacks, the young monk's figures were all destroyed. During this period, there was a powerful force that wanted to destroy the young monk's soul. However, the two of them strangely found that the young monk did not have a soul at all. However, how could a living person not have a soul? Zichen and evil good monk were puzzled. The light around them dissipated and the young monk appeared again. "It's useless. I'm indestructible." Amidst the sinister laughter, the numerous figures attacked again. The two of them began to counterattack. They destroyed the figures again and again, but the other party appeared again and again. The young monk was like an invincible existence in the world, indestructible. No one can be indestructible. All of this must be fake. It must be an illusion. The two of them retreated again and Zichen said coldly, "Illusion? How is this possible?" Tyrant was in disbelief. Both of them were at a very high realm. In addition, their spiritual senses were also extremely powerful. If everything in front of them was an illusion, it would naturally not be able to escape their spiritual senses. Zichen did not say much. Whether it was an illusion or not would be revealed soon. Gold and silver light shot out from his left and right eyes respectively. The yin-yang eye appeared. Under the yin-yang eye, Zichen could clearly see the figures around him. He was surprised to find that these figures were all humans and monks. These were all real human figures, but under the influence of yin and yang, Zichen could see that the appearances of these monks were different. Their eyes were lifeless, like walking corpses, but the same murderous intent surged around them. "Kill," Zichen said. Evil good monk raised his hand and released a beam of energy. A monk's body instantly exploded. Under the yin-yang eye, Zichen clearly saw the monk's figure disappear. In this situation, he should be dead. However, soon, a beam of light reappeared and another expressionless monk appeared. This was a new monk. His appearance was different from the previous one. "How is it?" Tyrant asked. "It's an array formation that's both illusory and real," Zichen said. "Is there a way to crack it?" Tyrant asked again. "If it's a demonic ape, it shouldn't be a problem. However, it's probably difficult to crack the yin-yang eye. However, we can give it a try." The two powers in Zichen's body began to surge. The gold and silver light in his left and right eyes became even more intense. When the two lights reached a limit, they shot out of his eyes, forming a corporeal beam of light. The two beams of light, one gold and one silver, were like two sharp blades that sliced forward. Space was torn apart by the light. This beam of light contained unimaginable offensive power. For the first time, the group of cruel-looking monks showed fear as they subconsciously retreated. As they retreated, the surrounding space changed. The entire array formation that was both real and illusory was cracked by Zichen. The scene in front of them changed. The two of them were in a courtyard. Around the courtyard were collapsed buildings. There were half-destroyed courtyard walls, a pagoda with only one floor left, and half of the courtyard door. Apart from the buildings, the entire courtyard was filled with extremely rich yin energy. The yin energy was extremely cold. Even with his perfect body, Zichen could feel the chill. How can this be? Monk Evil Good looked around, his face filled with puzzlement. Apart from these things, most of the people in the courtyard were monks. They were all bald monks, but they didn't have bodies. They looked more like soul shadows, but they were soul shadows that possessed powerful strength. There was no longer any benevolence or compassion on these soul shadows. Instead, there was only endless resentment and a little bit of fear. The yin energy here is very strong. It's likely that the monks who died back then were infected by the yin energy and became otherworldly items. The light in Zichen's eyes converged, but his killing intent remained. He shouted, "Kill!" In the real world, killing these otherworldly items was much easier. The lightning powers in Zichen's body were effective against otherworldly items. Now that the lightning powers were released, the otherworldly items died one after another. However, the otherworldly items in front of him clearly had intelligence. When they saw Zichen's might, they retreated. Some jumped out of the courtyard walls and ran outside. In the blink of an eye, the place was empty. During this period, the monk kept looking ahead in a daze as though he was recalling something. Zichen woke the monk up and walked towards the hall that had one floor left. "Let's go and see if there's anything good." The monk nodded, but his expression changed slightly. There wasn't much left in this hall. Even if there were, they had been eroded by the passage of time and had completely lost their effectiveness. There were a few weapons that had become extraordinary after absorbing too much yin qi. Unfortunately, they were useless to the two of them. During this period, the monk didn't say a word. Zichen thought that he was thinking about something, so he didn't disturb him. The two of them left the courtyard and headed elsewhere. However, they didn't walk far before they saw the young monk again. "You're here." The young monk smiled at the duo. "I knew you would come." Zichen and Monk Evil Good looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. Yin-Yang Eye. Zichen didn't hesitate and activated his Yin-Yang Eye again. Then, he saw the same formation as before. The monk in front of him didn't look much different from the young monk from before. He just looked more mature. After the monk destroyed the other party, he completely destroyed the formation here. Many figures appeared again. Next, Zichen broke the formation and used the power of lightning to kill the otherworldly items. Just like before, many otherworldly items died and some escaped. This was also a large courtyard, but it was badly damaged. There wasn't even a decent building. There was nothing to follow here, so the duo could only move forward. However, the same situation happened again. The young monk was still smiling and talking to the duo. Zichen broke the formation again and killed the otherworldly items. It seemed to have become a cycle. Only the power of lightning surging around Zichen's body could be heard. Monk Evil Good didn't say anything, but the otherworldly items no longer attacked him. After Zichen broke 5 of these formations, the monk's face finally regained some color. "I understand." The monk looked up at the sky and muttered. Chapter 1024. Zichen had known the monk for many years, but he had never treated him as a real monk, except for now. At this moment, the monk could be considered a real monk. He looked kind and dignified. Golden Buddhist energy was emitted from his body, and there was a huge golden halo behind his head. Compassionate and compassionate. At this moment, the monk gave Zichen the feeling that he was a Buddha, a great Buddha who had attained the Tao. Amitabha. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. The name of Buddha was filled with peace and tranquility. Rays of golden light spread out in all directions with him as the center. The monk sat cross-legged and slowly rose into the air. He chanted again, Om. This was the power of the mantra. It formed a strange force that spread out in all directions. However, it was different from usual. There was no danger in the power of the mantra today. Instead, it was filled with peace and tranquility. The mantra swept past him like ripples. Zichen suddenly had an illusion that he had come to heaven, to a fairyland that stood aloof from worldly affairs. The power of the mantra spread out in all directions. The world was originally gloomy and filled with cold yin qi, but under the power of the mantra, the cold yin qi dissipated. The power of the mantra was purifying the yin qi in the area. In the blink of an eye, the power of the mantra spread out 1,000 meters. Zichen saw the yin qi dissipate and many souls appeared. Originally, these souls were full of resentment and negative emotions, but after the mantra passed by, these souls seemed to have remembered their past. They raised their heads and stared at the golden light. Their eyes gradually regained their spirit. Then, they put their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Amitabha. The mantra was filled with compassion and compassion. The golden light scattered and reflected on the bodies of the monks. The backs of their heads seemed to have started to glow as well, turning into Buddhas. The power of the mantra spread and the mantras rang out continuously. One by one, the souls woke up. Ma. In the air, the good and evil monk's seal changed again and the second syllable appeared. The golden power of the mantra of truth appeared once again and then chased after the power of the first mantra of truth. Wherever the mantra of truth passed by, the golden figures of the monks slowly faded away. It could be seen that there was no longer any hatred on their faces. There was only peace, just like the death of a senior monk. The power of the mantra reverberated several miles away. In the blink of an eye, several miles of land was completely purified by the good and evil monk. Ruined halls appeared one after another. The halls that were originally filled with a cold aura were once again emitting Buddhist power. Good and evil monk descended from the sky. His benevolent expression disappeared and he returned to normal. Zichen looked at the monk and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face?" Zichen shook his head and said, "The flowers are gone, but the person has changed." "It's changed." Zichen nodded. The monk laughed and said, "Haha, do you think I'm being a lot more courteous when talking to you? I didn't call myself Lord Buddha." Zichen slapped down and the monk dodged. The two of them laughed. Then, the monk went back to his old job, looking for useful things in these halls. Although the monk was happily shuttling through the halls and didn't seem to have changed much, Zichen knew that the monk was different. It was an indescribable feeling. It actually felt like a real monk. Not long after, the monk walked out with a pile of things in his arms. He came closer and threw them all on the ground. These were all demon-subduing pestles. Zichen had seen them before because the monk had one. He immediately laughed and said, "You got so many at once. You're rich." The monk stared and said, "Rich my ass. They're all trash. There's no Buddhist power in them at all. Moreover, they're all imitations. They're just high-quality imitations. Why did you pick them up if you know they're useless?" Zichen asked with a smile. The monk laughed and said, "I can't use them, but you can. Although these things have been reduced to trash, their quality is still not bad. You can bring them back to the everlasting sect and use them to refine weapons. I don't dare to say anything else, but it's not a problem to refine them into human-grade soldiers. It's rare for you to have such intentions. But if you go out, you'll be the sect master of the Buddhist sect. It seems like you should give them to the Buddhist sect. I'm not familiar with them. They might be up to no good," the monk said. Zichen finally kept the imitation demon subduing pestles. Then, the two of them continued forward. No one knew where the good things left behind by the Buddhist sect were. The two of them could only walk from hall to hall. Walking and stopping like this, the monk had to use incantations to purify them. They had already wasted a lot of time. In the outside world, the number of experts that came increased by quite a bit. The 5 elements forces, sword sect, killer alliance, tyrannical sect, ancient race, and other forces had all come. The appearance of Lightning Divine Palace was an opportunity that no one was willing to miss. The big forces had already formed an alliance. Therefore, they allowed the small forces to come. After all, it was a fierce battle. Anyone could fight as cannon fodder in the early stages. "You've come. This little monk knew that you would be able to reach here." Once again, they went forward and met the young monk again. This time, the other party looked to be in his 20s. "How can this be?" Zichen and the evil good monk looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. The evil good monk had already purified many yin souls. However, the young monk in front of him was the only one he couldn't purify. Furthermore, the two of them would meet each other every time, even when the monk was purifying. This time, the young monk didn't go forward. Instead, he looked at the two of them from afar with a smile on his face. However, this smile was extremely strange and even a little strange. This made the two of them feel uncomfortable. "Hurry up and purify," Zichen urged. He didn't know why, but he felt that the young monk's attention was always on him. The evil good monk turned into a real monk again. He soared into the air and the power of mantra appeared. It had to be said that the power of mantra did indeed have an inexplicable power. It was neither a Xiantian nor acquired technique, but it contained an unbelievable power. Because he was extremely wary of the young monk, Zichen had been using his yin-yang eye to observe him. When the power of mantra arrived, Zichen saw a smile on the young monk's face. This smile was directed at Zichen. It was slightly sinister. Then, he turned around and left. When all the monks were affected by the power of mantra's golden light, the young monk turned around and left. The power of mantra had no effect on him at all. This discovery made Zichen wonder if there was an extremely powerful yin ghost king in the depths of this place, waiting for the two of them to walk into its trap. This guess made Zichen's forehead break out in cold sweat. The power of mantra's purification range this time was as high as 10 miles. The monk had improved greatly during this period of time. "Let's go." The monk rushed towards the half-destroyed buildings and began his treasure hunting journey. For this, the monk was not tired at all. Zichen stood motionless and kept guessing the identity of the young monk. The monk searched for 10 miles and finally entered a half-destroyed treasure pavilion. After 15 minutes, the monk did not come out. This made Zichen's expression change. He rushed in without hesitation. One had to know that the monk had never searched for more than 15 minutes in the past few days. The monk was not in the treasure pavilion. However, Zichen saw a staircase leading down. The staircase was damaged beyond recognition. Zichen jumped down. After walking for about 10 meters, he saw the monk. At this moment, the monk was standing there motionless as if he had been petrified. His eyes were fixed in front of him. There was half a stone wall. The monk's breathing was even and he was lost in thought. Zichen was relieved to see that the monk was fine. Out of curiosity, he also looked at the stone wall. "Here." Just as his eyes fell on the stone wall, Zichen heard a voice in his sea of consciousness. This was the power of mantra, the third sound of the 6 syllables mantra. When this sound rang, Zichen's sea of consciousness was shaken. His whole body was petrified. At this moment, Zichen not only heard the third word of the mantra, but also the first word of the mantra began to vibrate in his sea of consciousness. Many years ago, Zichen was not very familiar with the monk. At that time, Zichen snatched 2 supernatural powers from the monk. The first was Luohan Doppelganger. Now, it was one of the 2 clones of Zichen. The second was one of the 6 syllables mantra. Unfortunately, Zichen had studied it for many years, but he still could not get started. Every time he pronounced it, there was only sound but no power. This made the monk laugh. Zichen had asked the monk many times. However, when it came to the mantra, the monk would either pretend to be stupid or remain silent. Over time, Zichen gave up on the mantra. However, he did not expect that today, when he heard the third word of the mantra, the power of the third word of the mantra would drive the first word of the mantra. And the first word of the mantra, which he had never gotten started to vibrate at this moment. Ni, ma, ni, ma, ni. In addition to the first and the third word, the second word of the mantra rang in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Then, the 3 words of the mantra began to resound in his mind. This kind of vibration caused by a strange force was particularly wonderful. Zichen immersed himself in it and gradually understood the trajectory of the vibration. Ni. In the sea of consciousness, Zichen tried to pronounce it. A strange force appeared. This force was not strong. It was far from what the monk said. However, it still had the power of the mantra. This was a good start. Ni. Chen was extremely excited. He pronounced it again. This time, the syllables were clearer. The effect of the strange force was much stronger than before. Ni. Chen pronounced it again and again. The power of the mantra gradually appeared. Today, he was able to get started. Chen's harvest could be said to be great. It was also an unexpected surprise. Therefore, Chen was so excited that he forgot himself. After the first word of the mantra, he actually uttered the second word of the mantra. Ma. Chen was not familiar with the first word of the mantra. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to succeed when he uttered the second word of the mantra. But now, the second word of the mantra produced a strange force. And this strange force was obviously different from the first word of the mantra. The force was stronger. I actually mastered the second word of the mantra. Could it be that I can master the third word of the mantra today? Chapter 10:25. Ni. As the third word of the mantra was uttered, the strange power reappeared. The excitement in Chen's heart could no longer be expressed in words. The power of the Buddhist sect's 6 syllables was unimaginable. Once fully comprehended, one would be almost invincible. At this moment, Chen had mastered 3 syllables in a row. He was really excited. In his sea of consciousness, Chen's 3 syllables were uttered at the same time, forming a strange power that was even more powerful. As Chen comprehended, a shadow gradually condensed behind him. This shadow was extremely tall and emitted a bright golden light, releasing an oppressive aura. This was a shadow that looked exactly like Chen. It was as tall as a devil and emitted a fierce aura. However, as Chen comprehended the power of the mantra, the fierce aura on the devil's shadow slowly faded and was replaced by a peaceful aura. The devil's shadow that was originally condensed with the power of thunder and lightning was now surging with Buddhist power. As Chen's power of the mantra improved by leaps and bounds, the Buddhist power on the devil's shadow behind him also became stronger. It seemed that at this moment, the devil's shadow was showing signs of enlightenment and turning into a Buddha. Besides Chen, the monk stopped comprehending and his eyes were shining again. There was no aura around him, but he could feel a strong and pure Buddhist power around him. The monk turned around and saw Chen at a glance. Immediately, his pupils shrank and his face was full of disbelief. At this moment, Chen looked solemn and compassionate. If he did not have hair, he would be a living monk, and a monk with extremely pure Buddhist power. Behind him, the tall devil's shadow had also turned into the shadow of a monk, full of compassion. Along the way, Chen had killed countless people. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be a Buddha. He could only be a demon. However, at this moment, Chen had turned from a demon into a Buddha. Moreover, it was a Buddha with pure Buddhist power. Clearly, this indicated that Chen was different. If it was in the past when the two of them had just met, the monk would naturally be happy to see such a situation. He might even lend Chen a helping hand and gloat at the sight of a demon becoming a Buddha. However, their many years of interaction and friendship that had lasted for hundreds of years had made the two of them brothers. They had become sworn friends who would go through life and death together. Naturally, he could not watch Chen turn into a Buddha. The monk placed one hand on Chen's shoulder and his spiritual thoughts vibrated with the power of the mantra. This was the purest 3-syllable mantra. When it landed in Chen's sea of consciousness, it was as if a great bell was ringing, causing him to quiver and instantly sober up. Chen woke up, and the Buddhist power around his body slowly dissipated. The Buddha shadow behind him also dimmed. At the same time, the comprehension of the power of the mantra in his sea of consciousness also became illusory and blurry. What's going on? Chen woke up, and then felt the changes in the essence force in his body. There was actually Buddhist energy, and his face immediately changed. You almost turned into a Buddha, the monk said. Turned into a Buddha, damn it. When Chen heard this, he cursed angrily. His body surged with a surging aura. In his body, his chi and blood were boiling, and his tendons and bones were humming. Wave after wave of energy washed every corner of Chen's body. At the same time, in abdomen and his sea of consciousness, Perfect essence force and perfect spiritual thoughts were also sweeping and probing every corner. Although Zichen had some appreciation for the monk, he greatly hated becoming a monk. If he became a monk and forbade the 7 emotions and 6 desires, what would happen to his confidence? Moreover, Zichen was decisive in killing. How could he become a Buddha if he was a devil? Just as Zichen was trying his best to remove the hidden dangers in his body, the stone wall in front of him suddenly lit up. Then, a Buddha shadow appeared on it. From the mouth of the Buddha shadow, a mantra was uttered. This mantra vibrated towards Zichen. The Buddhist power that had been dispersed around Zichen's body condensed again, flowing to all parts of his body like blood. The Buddha shadow that had just dissipated behind him also condensed again. Damn it! Feeling that a part of the power in his body was out of control, Zichen's face was filled with anger. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation technique. This was a cultivation technique recorded in the heavenly book that cultivated one's essence, qi, and spirit to perfection. Zichen circulated it over and over again, and the perfect power began to attack the out-of-control power. In the stone wall, the monk's shadow uttered 3 syllables. 3 strange powers fused into Zichen's body. The pure Buddhist power began to clash head-on with the perfect power in Zichen's body. Monk Good and Evil stood at the side with an anxious expression, but he did not dare to help. One had to know that he was a monk and had Buddhist power in his body. If he went forward to help, it would only make things worse. It would only strengthen the out-of-control Buddhist power in Zichen's body. Now, he could only wait for the outcome of the 2 powers to be decided. Under normal circumstances, Zichen's perfect power would naturally win. This was because perfect power was the dominant power in Zichen's body. There were many reasons, and the battle was in Zichen's body. This was the home field advantage. However, this small amount of Buddhist power contained another power. This power was also Buddhist power, but its quality was very high. Furthermore, Zichen felt that this power had its own thoughts. At this moment, although this power was small, it was like a well-trained elite soldier. It could match Zichen's power. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that this power's realm was higher than Zichen's. Therefore, the 2 types of energy were currently evenly matched. Time passed. Zichen remained motionless. The shadow in the stone wall was also sitting cross-legged. The mighty power formed by the 3-syllable mantra constantly vibrated out. Gradually, the perfect power in Zichen's body was suppressed. The Buddhist power around him took the lead and began to corrode the perfect power. The perfect power actually lost to the Buddhist power. Upon seeing this scene, the monk was clearly alarmed. When he looked at the shadow on the stone wall again, the monk's face clearly had a smile. It was a gratified and benevolent smile. Seeing that Zichen was about to successfully transform from a demon into a Buddha, the shadow's smile bloomed completely. Monk Good and Evil vaguely heard a hearty laugh. However, in the next moment, the laughter came to an abrupt halt as though someone was strangling it. 3 golden beams of light suddenly lit up on Zichen's body. The first golden beam of light was at his glabella, the second was at abdomen, and the third was at his heart. The moment the 3 golden beams of light appeared, they were like 3 sharp blades that stabbed into the stone wall in front of him. Following that, Monk Good and Evil heard an exclamation from the stone wall. Heavenly book! It's actually a heavenly book. The exclamation disappeared along with the shadow on the stone wall. Following that, the stone wall emitted cracking sounds as cracks spread across the half-broken stone wall. The Buddhist power in Zichen's body began to recede as the perfect power took the initiative again. At the same time, the golden light circulating on the 3 pages of heavenly book in his body also joined in the cleansing of the Buddhist power. In just a few breaths of time, all the Buddhist power was cleansed. Zichen turned into a demon once again. He opened his eyes with a cold and sharp gaze. Pang! The half-broken stone wall in front of him that had spread to its limits instantly exploded into pieces. What a pity! An eternal mantra has disappeared just like that. Monk Good and Evil was relieved when he saw that Zichen was fine. Then, he sighed and lamented. Although the stone wall was strange, it did not pose any harm to the people of the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, there was a half-word mantra on it. It was an inheritance treasure that could drive the Buddhists crazy. Unfortunately, it was destroyed. That was close. After getting up, Zichen sighed. It was close. If the stone wall wasn't half broken, you would probably be my junior brother in the future. Monk Good and Evil joked. Buddhist items are really mysterious. Let's leave this place. Zichen still felt some lingering fear. He had almost been tricked without any warning. After leaving the underground, the two of them continued on their path of purification. Zichen tried to sense the 3 words mantra, but he discovered that the extremely clear sounds and ripples had become blurry at that moment. It was as if there was a thin layer of fog blocking the front. It was impossible to get rid of it and he could not see it clearly. Everything repeated itself. Zichen and Monk Good and Evil saw the young monk again. However, the young monk was now middle-aged. When he saw the two of them, he changed his tone for the first time. He looked at Zichen and said, "To be able to come out so smoothly, you really are extraordinary." "Who are you?" Zichen asked. The middle-aged monk only laughed and then left. From the beginning to the end, he did not attack the two of them. As the two of them went deeper, their expressions gradually became solemn. This was because the young monk was slowly aging. In the end, he had become a bald old man. His beard and eyebrows were white and there were wrinkles on his face. However, his eyes were extremely bright. "I'll be waiting for you in the depths." These were the last words the old monk said. From then on, he did not appear again. Old monk, old ghost was more like it. In Zichen and Monk Good and Evil, the old monk was definitely an old ghost. He might even be the old ghost king. Along the way, while the monk was purifying, his expression also became solemn. He was silent and did not say a word for several days. Finally, after spending an unknown amount of time, the monk purified all the otherworldly items here. At the same time, he searched the many pagodas here. However, apart from the half-word mantra, he found nothing else. As the last otherworldly item dissipated, the baleful yin energy in the area completely disappeared. From the collapsed buildings, collapsed doors, and remnant weapons, golden light was released. The golden light represented Buddhist power. At that moment, the entire world was filled with a peaceful and tranquil aura. However, there was a hint of loneliness in this aura. Golden light appeared and floated towards the sky. Following that, it transformed into a ball of golden light. The golden light was like flowing water as it twisted and straightened in the air as though someone was pulling it. Finally, it transformed into a golden mirror that occupied half the sky. Zichen and the monk's gazes landed on the golden mirror. The golden mirror began to glow with boundless Buddhist light. After the light faded, there was an additional image in the golden mirror. In the image was a complete Buddhist sect. Pagodas stood tall and the tips of the pagodas emitted boundless Buddhist light that completely enveloped the area. The Buddhist light was like a natural barrier that protected the Buddhist sect. The wind and sand could not blow in and the rain could not fall. The entire world was golden. It was completely a holy land, a pure land. However, in the mirror, blood rain suddenly fell. The blood rain passed through the Buddhist light and landed on the Buddhist land. Chapter 10:26. A gigantic foot stepped into the land of Buddhism, shattering the Buddhist light. A glowing golden pagoda was crushed under the foot. After the gigantic foot, another gigantic foot surged with terrifying energy. The earth rumbled, and 2 pagodas were destroyed. The number of casualties was incalculable. The sudden turn of events caused the Buddhist sect to fall into chaos. Some of the ordinary disciples fled in panic, while some of the strong ones rushed over. After the gigantic foot, a huge figure came into the world of Buddhism sect. It was a demonic shadow, thousands of meters tall. A tyrannical aura surged around him as he went on a killing spree in the land of Buddhism. The demonic shadow's eyes were cold and turbid. It was as if he had lost his mind and only knew how to kill. No matter what the monks said or asked, he would only kill. He killed Buddha on sight. Blood rained down from the demonic shadow's body. Every time the demonic shadow attacked, A large amount of blood would splatter from his body. His shoulder armor was pierced by 2 chains. His wrists, nose, and ankles were covered with black iron chains. There were runes engraved on the black iron chains, preventing the demonic shadow from getting rid of them. However, when he attacked, he also moved the iron chains. Every time he attacked, the iron chains would pierce through the air with a sharp sound, whipping away and killing many monks. Could this be the demon king sealed in the Buddhism sect? Seeing the thing in the mirror, Chen and Tyrant's expressions changed. Soon, the real experts of Buddhism sect arrived. Rays of Buddhist light appeared one after another, and various powerful Buddhist techniques appeared. During this period, other than the 6 runes mantra, there were also Buddhist sealing techniques. They shouted loudly to seal the demon. Then, swastikas appeared one after another, emitting dazzling golden light, pressing down on the demon king. There were many experts in the Buddhism sect. Soon, the demon king was suppressed. However, at this moment, a dark passage appeared in the sky above the Buddhism sect. Many demons rushed out from the passage. After that, a great war between Buddhism and demons broke out. The strength of the demon experts was so terrifying that they suppressed the Buddhism sect. 20,000 years ago, this battle could be said to have a huge impact. The version that was circulated in the outside world was that the Buddhist sect was destroyed by the devil race. The Jin family destroyed the devil race and saved the Buddhist sect. That was how the Buddhist sect came to be. The battle began. Just as the rumors said, the Buddhist sect was no match for the devil clan. Countless of their disciples were killed or injured. However, the devil clan was still lacking if they wanted to annihilate the Buddhist sect. Soon, a turning point appeared. The void broke open again, and another force descended from the sky. This force was made up of humans. They were dressed in black and looked like assassins. However, they did not conceal themselves. After they appeared, they immediately attacked the monks of the Buddhist sect. The final result of this battle was the annihilation of the Buddhist sect, the annihilation of the devil race, and the disappearance of the devil king. In the end, the Jin family came to clean up the battlefield and cleaned up the corpses of the black-robed humans. The inherited techniques of the Buddhist sect were all swept away. Of course, some were left for the survivors. Due to the deaths of too many disciples, this area seemed to have become a place where baleful aura gathered. During the day, Buddhist light illuminated everything, while at night, demonic aura soared into the sky. Some cultivators who came to investigate died for no reason. In the end, this place became a forbidden area. The surviving disciples of the Buddhist sect also withdrew from this place. Chen and the good and evil monk quietly watched the scene reflected in the golden mirror. They were speechless for a long time. If it was a guess before, they were now certain that the disappearance of the Buddhist sect was done on purpose. These people were either the Jin family or the 5 Elements forces. The mirror in the sky did not disappear. The strange phenomenon on the Buddhist sect ruins also appeared frequently. In the end, a formation suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire ruins. At this point, the Buddhist sect ruins disappeared from the world. The sacred ground became a place where baleful aura gathered. The yin qi was extremely strong. In addition, there were even more evil thoughts. These monks had done good in their lives, so it was inevitable that evil thoughts would arise in their hearts when they died for no reason. If there was evil, there would naturally be good. However, as time passed, there were more and more evil thoughts. Gradually, some otherworldly items appeared. As for the remaining good thoughts, they were suppressed by the evil thoughts and became fewer and fewer. Finally, one day, the good thoughts were pushed aside by the evil thoughts. It was as if they were going to disappear from the world. At this moment, the good thoughts suddenly transformed. A golden light was produced from it, like a surya. All the good thoughts gathered in the surya. There was no more good in this area, only evil. At the same time, an evil surya was produced from the enormous evil thoughts. 2 suryas, one good and one evil, rushed into the sky and met in the sky. They were like 2 balls of yin and yang, spinning around each other. This situation lasted for an unknown period of time. 1,000 years, 10,000 years. In short, one day, the the coexisting good and evil suddenly coexisted and connected together. The light of good and evil exploded. The entire evil thought creature prostrated. A figure walked out from the dazzling light. It was a person. It was a chubby little monk who was only 7 or 8 years old. The little monk was born. His eyes were still blank. At this moment, he was enveloped by the light of good and evil. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "My name is Evil Good." With that said, the Buddhist light disappeared. The little monk disappeared. Zichen's expression changed drastically. His heart was in turmoil. Clearly, the evil good monk from before was the present evil good monk. The similarity between the two of them was as high as 80%. A monk suddenly appearing in a barbarian land was already suspicious, not to mention a monk who could control the power of mantras. Even though Zichen guessed that the monk was extremely extraordinary, he never expected him to not be human. Instead, he was formed from the good and evil thoughts of the Buddhist sect. It was hard to believe. An existence like evil good could be considered a spirit body. Furthermore, his background was even nobler than a spirit body. However, he didn't have the strength to match a spirit body. This left Zichen very puzzled. Suddenly, Zichen felt a killing intent coming from beside him. He turned around and saw the monk glaring at him with a ferocious expression. "What are you doing?" Zichen looked at the monk. "I'm going to kill you." The monk glared at him as evil thoughts arose. "Are you crazy?" Zichen asked again. "You saw something you shouldn't have seen and learned a secret you shouldn't know. I'm going to silence you," the monk said fiercely. "Crazy." Zichen slapped down, but the monk successfully dodged. Following that, the ferocious expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with pride. He puffed out his chest and raised his head, looking down at Zichen. "After seeing all this, you should know that my background is extraordinary." Zichen said, "I finally know why you are so unique. So it's the combination of good and evil. Your background seems to be even more impressive than a spirit body, but your strength is really nothing to be praised." This was probably the monk's only weakness at the moment. He hummed for a long time but couldn't give a reason. In fact, the monk's background was extremely noble. His foundation was not inferior to a lightning spirit's at all. He gathered the good and evil thoughts of the Buddhist sect and was perhaps even stronger than a lightning spirit's background. Unfortunately, both of them were almost the same. They were born prematurely. However, the lightning spirit's birth was because of Zichen and could be considered a man-made disaster. The birth of the good and evil monk could be considered a natural disaster. Because there were simply too many evil thoughts, if they were not born in advance, the good thoughts would be obliterated. At that time, the one who came out would be a pure evil monk. At that time, the monk's strength would naturally be extremely strong, but the destructive power of evil without good would be unimaginable. When the good and evil monk appeared, the golden mirror dispersed with a bang and turned into light spots again. These light spots were pure Buddhist power and could also be called good thoughts. The Buddhist power spread and the entire world turned golden. In the next moment, a golden Buddha figure appeared. The golden Buddha figure sat cross-legged, but it was still 10,000 feet tall. The golden light behind its head shone resplendently. This was a real Buddha statue. It could also be called a big Buddha statue. When Zichen saw the Buddha statue, he was shocked. The monk was the same. When he saw the 10,000 feet tall Buddha, he was also shocked. "What a big bald thief! What kind of realm is this?" the monk shouted. When the big Buddha in front of him heard this, he frowned slightly. A golden light shot out from his fingertips and entered the monk's glabella. He didn't even have the chance to react. Amitabha. When the golden light entered the glabella, the monk's shocked expression suddenly disappeared. Then, his expression became calm. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Good and evil. The golden Buddha statue opened its mouth. Its voice was loud and clear as if it came from ancient times. Amitabha. Good and evil greets master. The monk put his palms together again and bowed respectfully. Zichen looked at the monk and then at the Buddha statue. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, he thought of the big bald thief that the monk said and couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother, welcome back. In front of the Buddha statue, a light flashed and a figure appeared. It was an old monk. This old monk was the one who turned from a teenager to a young man and then to an old monk. At first, Zichen thought that he was a big ghost. He didn't expect him to call the monk junior brother. Good and evil greets senior brother. The monk bowed to the old monk. Monk, are you crazy? What senior brother and master? Are you stupid? Zichen reminded the monk. He was afraid that the monk would fall into the illusion. After all, he had just called the Buddha statue a bald thief. The monk turned his head and looked at Zichen meaningfully. Zichen felt that the look in his eyes was strange. His heart skipped a beat and his expression changed immediately. He took 5 steps back and pointed at the monk. You are not a monk. Little benefactor, what do you mean? The monk looked kind and gentle. Little your mother. Die. Hearing this distant and unfamiliar voice, Zichen was enraged. He cursed angrily and rushed toward the monk. Die. Zichen shouted. He pushed the power in his body to the limit and made a perfect attack. The golden light of the fist distorted the space and made an ear-piercing sound. It contained an unimaginable destructive power. The Buddha statue and the old monk didn't react. They allowed Zichen to strike. Amitabha. The monk chanted the Buddha name again. Zichen hated this Buddha name. A golden light barrier appeared around the monk. On the surface of the light barrier, other than the golden Buddhist patterns, there were monks chanting scriptures. These monks were like evil good and evil. They were clearly his incarnations. This was the Buddhist protective divine power that Zichen was most familiar with. It was as famous as Zichen's 9 lightning deaths. One was known as the strongest defense while the other was known as the strongest speed. Chapter 1027. Zichen's heavy blow landed, followed by an earth-shattering sound. A visible energy ripple spread out. The strongest defense in the world had blocked this attack. It was indeed worthy of its reputation. The force of Zichen's attack was dissipating. The monk's protective light shield was trembling, but there were no signs of it breaking. Evil good and evil monk had completely blocked this attack, but Zichen's attack was not over yet. He flashed in front of evil good and launched a close-range attack. Elbows, fingers, fists, palms, all kinds of attacks appeared, displaying powerful force. This was close-range combat. Zichen had learned it from perfect physique and could evolve perfect physique to the extreme. The light shield on evil good and evil good's body began to tremble. It lasted for 3 breaths before exploding with a loud bang. The monk took a few steps back and dodged Zichen's next attack. With the light shield broken, the two of them did not speak. The monk pointed his finger and a golden light flashed. A swastika appeared, shining with boundless golden light as it rushed toward Zichen. The swastika was filled with extremely pure Buddhist power and emitted a powerful pressure. It collided with Zichen's fist. Amidst the tremors, Zichen broke the swastika mantra, but he was forced back a few steps. The two of them began to display their fierce attacks. The monk's attacks were endless, and most of them were not used before. As a result, Zichen was even more suspicious of the person in front of him being a monk. The old monk and the Buddha statue were watching the battle quietly. They did not speak or communicate with each other through voice transmission. The void trembled as a golden palm print slammed down, bringing with it a torrential amount of pressure. At the center of the golden palm print, there was a swastika character. Right now, the attacks that the monk was using were all top-notch mystic skills of the Buddhist sects. Zichen shouted as he leaped into the air and punched. In terms of techniques and divine abilities, he was inferior to the monk. However, he could use brute force to overcome brute force. He mobilized the power of his essence, chi, and spirit. His attack was not inferior to techniques and divine abilities at all. The two of them fought fiercely. With the addition of various techniques and divine abilities, the monk's combat strength was not inferior to Zichen's. He did not show any signs of losing in a short period of time. Tyrant's expression gradually changed and he became depressed. When he attacked again, he increased his strength. All right, stop fighting. You're no match for me. After one strike, Zichen suddenly retreated and spoke. "I'm no match for you." The monk glared at him. Zichen smiled coldly. This monk was really cunning. He deliberately showed that kind of expression just now. It seemed that he wanted to fight with Zichen. Especially after the epiphany, he was full of confidence in his combat strength. Again, the monk shouted. He was not convinced and rushed towards Zichen. "You can't blame me if you're looking for trouble," Zichen said coldly, and the power surging around him turned into gold and silver. The two powers began to circulate, and an extremely violent aura surged from Zichen's body. Yin and yang. With a loud shout, Zichen began to form seals with his left and right hands. As the seals fell, a golden sun and a silver crescent moon appeared. Both of them emitted a terrifying and powerful aura as they rushed towards the monk. Peng! The monk's strongest defense was broken and he was sent flying. Zichen turned into a two-colored light and went forward to fight in close combat. The gold and silver lights flashed continuously. Not only did Zichen's attack contain perfect power, it also contained perfect essence energy. Furthermore, it was the yin and yang essence energy. Peng! 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 The monk's defense was broken again and again, and he was sent flying again and again. It could be said that he was in a sorry state. After sending the monk flying with another punch, Zichen asked coldly, "Do you still want to fight?" The monk grinned. He was not convinced, but he knew that there was a gap between the two of them. Even though the Buddha statue and the old monk did not say anything, their expressions were somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, the old monk's eyes flashed. He raised his head and looked at the Buddha statue. At this moment, the eyes of the Buddha statue blinked. "Junior brother, welcome back. It's just that your understanding of the technique is still lacking, and your mastery is not complete. I'll impart to you a Buddhist mystique now," the old monk said. Amitabha. A golden light appeared from the eyes of the Buddha statue. Then, Zichen's world turned golden. Time seemed to rewind at this moment, returning to the scene when Zichen accidentally entered the monk's world and obtained the inheritance of the Buddhist sect. In this golden world, there were many golden dots of light, and each dot of light represented a technique or mystique. At this moment, all the techniques of the Buddhist sect were displayed in front of the evil good monk. Of course, they were also displayed in front of Zichen. The Buddhist sect's inheritance was like a peerless treasure. Any one of the many light spots would be able to obtain the qualifications to become an expert. So many techniques. Looking at the thousands of golden light spots, Zichen's heart was burning. However, the old monk was so kind. The answer was obviously impossible. The fact that the other party was willing to display the techniques in front of him without holding back proved that he had not given up on the idea of turning him into a Buddha. Therefore, this was an open scheme. As long as Zichen was tempted, he would definitely be turned into a Buddha. However, with so many techniques, how could Zichen not be tempted? This was like a poor man suddenly seeing a mountain of gold. Even if he knew that there was some kind of danger, he would still give it a try. At this moment, Zichen also had this kind of wishful thinking in his heart. He walked among the thousands of light spots. Techniques and supernatural powers appeared in front of him one after another. As he probed with his spiritual thoughts, detailed introductions appeared. Among them, there was the talisman of the swastika that the monk used before, the strongest defense, and other techniques and supernatural powers. This included weapon refining, medicine refining, and many other aspects. It could be said that this was all the inheritances of the Buddhist sect that could be left behind. At this moment, if the people of the Jin family were to appear, they would be shocked to find that among these supernatural powers, there were actually the ones that they had plundered before. Although Zichen wanted to obtain thousands of techniques, he knew that he could not be greedy. He walked straight to the power of mantra. There were a total of 6 words, divided into 6 light spots, side by side in front of him. The mantra of the 6 words was the representative of many supernatural powers of the Buddhist sect. It was extremely powerful. Outside the golden light world, the old monk suddenly said, "Master, he is in front of the mantra." The Buddha statue did not speak, nor did it nod. However, it could naturally see what was happening in the golden light world. He has 3 pages of the heavenly book on him, and he is also a member of the Aboriginals. If we convert him, will the Aboriginals be unhappy? The old monk asked again. The Buddha statue finally opened its mouth. Its voice that seemed to come from ancient times sounded, "We have not converted him. Why would they be unhappy?" The old monk's expression turned cold. He put his palms together and said, "Amitabha. Buddha is merciful. We have indeed not converted the young benefactor. Everything is fate. The young benefactor is like the Buddha." The Buddha statue did not speak. The old monk did not speak either. In the golden world, Chen had already begun to comprehend the first word of the mantra. This was the cultivation method that Chen had decided to comprehend after careful consideration. This was because he was most familiar with the first word of the mantra of the 6 words. Now, he was only one step away from fully comprehending the mantra. Once he broke through, the secret of the mantra would be revealed in front of Chen without any reservation. Behind Chen, the tall demonic shadow appeared again. At this moment, the demonic shadow was emitting a dense killing intent. This was also the result of Chen's careful consideration. Even if he had to spend more time, he would not allow himself to be converted. Therefore, the monstrous killing intent would allow him to remain in his demonic state and not be converted into a Buddha. Smart, but it's useless, the old monk thought to himself. When Chen began to comprehend the mantra, the killing intent behind him began to weaken. Then, the golden Buddhist power appeared again. Kill, kill, kill. Chen's spiritual thoughts emitted an even stronger killing intent. At the same time, the perfect cultivation method in his body was circulating, dispersing every strand of Buddhist power that tried to enter this place. During this period, in order to strengthen his killing intent, Chen thought of all the people that could and should be killed. The first thing that came to his mind was the Aboriginals. The Aboriginals and the Aboriginals were irreconcilable enemies. At the thought of the Aboriginals, Chen's killing intent rose. It was extremely strong. However, this killing intent only lasted for a moment before it weakened again. Kill, kill, kill. Chen thought of his enemies again. In the end, he could only think of the 5 elements. Moreover, he found that when he thought of the 5 elements, his killing intent was even stronger than that of the Aboriginals. The demonic shadow stood motionless behind Chen. Its killing intent was so strong that it almost materialized. This could indeed ensure that Chen would not be converted, but it was not very useful for comprehending the power of the mantra. The old monk knew very well that if Chen did not become a Buddha, he would not be able to comprehend the power of the mantra. This was impossible. Become a Buddha. He laughed in his heart, waiting for Chen to become a Buddha. Chen sat cross-legged, motionless. The mantra appeared repeatedly in his sea of consciousness, producing a strange power. He seemed to have entered a meditative state. The killing intent kept the last trace of clarity for him. His whole person entered the sea of the mantra's power. Chen was immersed in it. Gradually, he found that the mantra's power changed. The mantra that was full of Buddhist power became full of killing intent. The moment this killing intent appeared, Chen seemed to have a flash of lightning in his sea of consciousness. This lightning cut through the sea of consciousness, dispelling the fog and naturally penetrating the thin membrane. Chen came to his senses and understood everything. Using Buddhist power was the mantra's power. Using elemental power and killing intent was also the mantra's power. Only the nature was different, but the power was the same. This was just like how there were 3,000 roads, but the endpoint was the Great Tao. After understanding this, Chen understood the mantra's power. Following this, it was much easier for him to comprehend. He was like a thirsty passerby, enjoying the wine to his heart's content. The killing intent behind Chen dissipated. The demonic shadow was still a demonic shadow. The Buddhist power could no longer corrode or assimilate it. At this moment, it was as if the demonic shadow had turned into a solid body. It was flawless and indestructible. Hey! The old monk naturally found something strange and softly exclaimed. Just as Chen was in reality, Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Hum! The first word of the 6-syllable mantra appeared. An inexplicable power appeared and shook. There was no Buddhist power in this power, only killing intent and destructive power. Chapter 10:28. The power of the mantra shook in this world, but it was the opposite of the power of the Buddhist mantra. How is this possible? The old monk's expression changed as he shouted. There was also a strange look in the Buddha's eyes, but it quickly turned into admiration. Master, how is this possible? He didn't turn into a Buddha, but he comprehended the power of the mantra. The old monk's tone had changed. This kid's comprehension is really terrifying. He's not the first to turn the Buddhist skill into his own battle skill, but he's definitely the one who did it in the shortest time. Moreover, it's the power of the mantra. It's really incredible. The Buddha's admiration was enough to prove that Zichen was extraordinary. In fact, Zichen's comprehension was really average. He could comprehend so quickly because of his perfect spiritual sense and the power of the mantra. The old monk was still in disbelief. He knew that the Buddhist skill was not used by the people of the Buddhist sect, but it didn't mean that he could accept that the power of the mantra could be comprehended by outsiders. The old monk still couldn't figure it out and still couldn't understand. But at this moment, Zichen spoke again. Ma. The second sound of the 6 syllables mantra shook with great power once again. The old monk was obviously shocked and completely lost his composure. He shouted, "How is this possible? This is the second sound of the mantra." He actually comprehended it so quickly, so quickly. The Buddha said, "Mastery of one skill, mastery of all skills, mastery of all skills." The old monk trembled and said in disbelief, "Master, you mean that if he's given enough time, he can comprehend all the Buddhist skills here?" "Yes." Without waiting for the old monk to answer, Zichen's third sound of the mantra made the old monk tremble and almost fall to the ground. "Yes." The Buddha's answer confirmed the old monk's guess. The old monk's eyes were still in shock, but his expression slowly returned to normal. He put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, so that's how it is. Zichen's talent is really extraordinary, but it's a pity that he's not fated with the Buddha." "It's not fated," the Buddha said again. "Since it's not fated, we can only send Zichen away and let him search for the item of fate." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force appeared and enveloped Zichen. Then, it swept up Zichen's body and left. Zichen only felt a strong gust of wind blowing away the golden light in front of him, and all the techniques and divine arts disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a desert. The monk was gone, the Buddha statue was gone, and so was the old monk. He had returned to the western desert. Shameless old man. Zichen thought for a moment and understood what had happened. His face immediately became angry. No wonder the sect was destroyed. They are too evil. They wanted to convert me and let me comprehend as I wished. When they found out that I could comprehend without being converted, they chased me out. The shamelessness of those two guys made Zichen very angry. However, the most important thing right now was not to curse pointlessly, but to find a way back. The situation in the desert was almost the same. Zichen spent a lot of time identifying the direction. Finally, after spending about a day and a night, he found a large spiritual city. When he walked into the city, he saw many cultivators. There were many of them. Clearly, the majority of the troops had yet to leave. After Zichen entered the city, he went to find the perfect body. Wherever he passed, he naturally couldn't avoid encountering people from the various large factions. Zichen's portrait had spread throughout the eastern region, so everyone from the large factions knew him. When they saw him, their expressions immediately changed, and their gazes became extremely unfriendly. Among them, the number of Heaven Realm warriors was incalculable. Zichen even saw a few spirit bodies. However, although their gazes were unfriendly, they didn't deliberately step forward to cause trouble. "Why are you only here now? I've been looking for you for a long time," the perfect body said as soon as they met. "Are you leaving?" Zichen asked. "Just for a few days. You are also a member of the ancient race. Follow me." The perfect body pulled Zichen away without any explanation. After that, Zichen saw many ancient race members and the body cultivator lineage. Everyone naturally knew Zichen. When they saw his true appearance today, all of them had looks of admiration on their faces. These ancient race members were very easy to get along with. Zichen didn't feel unfamiliar with them. Zichen. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Zichen turned around and saw a middle-aged man waving at him. When he saw the other party's face, Zichen was immediately stunned. Barbarian god. The middle-aged man walked towards Zichen. When he heard this, he immediately looked embarrassed. He shushed Zichen and said, "Don't call me barbarian god. Call me Gulade." Gulade was the one who had given Zichen the fruit of power in the barbarian world. However, he had asked Zichen to call him barbarian god, saying that he was already used to this title. Zichen smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" "Naturally to attack Lightning God Temple," Gulade said. "You want to become a god too?" Gulade pursed his lips. "What god? That's not something we should be thinking about. I'm afraid only heavenly yuan cultivators have the right to think about it. We're just going to fight some small soldiers." "Small soldiers?" Zichen's face was filled with doubt. "You don't know this, but after Lightning God Temple appears, there will be many lightning soldiers. There will be many of them and they will be strong. Naturally, heavenly yuan cultivators won't make a move. Therefore, we will have to go. Of course, for the final battle to become a god, we won't have to make a move," Gulade said. Zichen had already guessed that heavenly yuan cultivators would appear. Therefore, he wasn't surprised. However, he was filled with anticipation for the battle to become a god. By then, heavenly yuan cultivators should be able to turn the world upside down. The troops were still gathering as experts from various factions arrived one after another. This time around, the weakest among them were mortal yuan cultivators. Even earth yuan cultivators appeared frequently. However, Zichen hadn't seen a single heavenly yuan cultivator. Back then, in the Bedlam lands, there were only 10 mortal yuan cultivators. Back then, Zichen felt that there were too few mortal yuan cultivators in this world. However, after entering the ancient road, the number of experts he met increased. As his knowledge increased, he knew that there were many mortal yuan cultivators in this world. However, Zichen had never thought that mortal yuan cultivators could actually form an army. That's right, it was indeed an army. An army of over 10,000. Furthermore, it was only a single faction, not the total number of factions. The Great Spirit City couldn't hold so many experts. Therefore, many factions gathered in the desert outside the city. Other than mortal yuan cultivators, there were also many Dan yuan cultivators. However, they were probably here to join in the fun. Zichen could easily slaughter mortal yuan cultivators. He thought that his strength was pretty good. However, after seeing the endless mortal yuan army, he finally felt how small he was. Mortal yuan cultivators were still mortal yuan cultivators. Even if they were extraordinary, they wouldn't attract too much attention. Because at this moment, Earth yuan cultivators were the main characters. In front of every mortal yuan army, there were Earth yuan cultivators. Although there were only 3 to 5 of them in front of every army, it was still enough to make people look up to them. This time, the 5 elements forces were determined to take down the Lightning Divine Palace. Therefore, they gathered many experts and allowed the other factions to come. In the entire Sky Martial continent, almost all the factions that could be seen had come. Among them, the 5 elements forces, Sword Sect, Sho Clan, Tyrannical Dao, Wu Family, Demon Clan of the Wasteland and so on had all come. The Demon Clan sent out more human origin stage cultivators, forming a huge phalanx of soldiers. The army gathered for 3 days. 3 days later, they set off under the lead of the Earth yuan cultivators. The army advanced. The army was vast and mighty. However, no one thought that they could take down the Lightning Divine Palace with just this motley crew. The faction's final reliance was still those Heaven Yuan and Earth Yuan cultivators who were hiding in the dark or had gone ahead first. The direction they were heading towards was the center of the desert. 1 day later, the army met with the Buddha sect. This time, the Buddha sect had also sent out close to 1,000 experts. Among hundreds of thousands of mortal yuan cultivators, It was naturally very difficult to find a single person. Therefore, Zichen was not discovered by the group of monks. Another 2 days later, the army arrived. It was still the desert. The scene was the same as 2 days ago. The only difference was that there were dozens of figures standing in the sky. They were all Earth Yuan cultivators. Under the signal of the leader, the army stopped and split up. Each faction occupied an area. Besides Zichen, the perfect body pointed at the place where the Earth Yuan cultivators were and said, "The exact location of the Lightning Divine Palace is there." Zichen had a strange expression and asked, "When the Lightning Divine Palace appears, it will be accompanied by the power of the laws. They are so close to it. Aren't they worried about danger? Also, it's not safe for us to be here, right?" The perfect body laughed when he heard that, after the Lightning Divine Palace completely appears, the power of the laws will not have too much killing power. What we need to worry about are those lightning soldiers, not the laws. The laws will no longer kill. Half a day later, an energy fluctuation suddenly came from the sky. The void began to distort, and the expressions of the Earth Yuan cultivators in the sky changed. Then, they retreated in all directions. Just as they retreated, the void broke open. Following that, the power of the laws began to wreak havoc. It was just like the scene when Zichen saw the Lightning Divine Palace for the first time. The power of the laws filled every corner of the sky. Fortunately, everyone had retreated far enough, so they were not affected by the power of the laws. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the sky. They had never seen the Lightning Divine Palace before. Today was the first time. If they returned alive, this would be something they could boast about in the future. Therefore, they had to see the details clearly. As the laws surged, the huge Lightning Divine Palace descended. The only thing everyone could see was the shape of the palace. Other than that, all they could see was lightning. Endless lightning. Endless rumbling sounds came from the lightning outside the Lightning Divine Palace. A vast pressure appeared, just like the scene when Zichen saw the Lightning Divine Palace for the first time. The divine might shocked everyone. Regardless of whether they originally believed that there were gods in this world and that they could become gods by entering the Lightning Divine Palace, they believed it now that the Lightning Divine Palace had appeared. The Lightning Divine Palace descended from the sky and finally landed on the desert with a loud bang. Following that, the entire desert began to tremble and rumble. After the series of reactions ended, an endless amount of silver light suddenly shot out from the Lightning Divine Temple. This silver light was a chain. It was like a lightning chain that pierced through the heavens and earth. With the Lightning Divine Temple as the center, it shot out in all directions. Not good, retreat quickly. Chapter 10:29. The silver chains shot out in all directions, and the power of lightning wreaked havoc. A violent aura emerged. This was the power of lightning that could make an Earth Yuan expert pale. It was extremely terrifying. Amidst the shouts, the mortal Yuan army began to retreat. The originally orderly troops instantly panicked. However, how could a person's speed be faster than lightning? Before they could run out, the silver chains descended. The silver chains drowned the mortal Yuan army, and crackling sounds could be heard. One after another, the human Yuan experts lit up with silver light, and the power of lightning wreaked havoc. Mournful screams could be heard, and rays of light shot up into the sky. A tragedy was happening. Lightning surged around Zichen's body, and a huge lightning barrier appeared, covering an area of 100 meters. Within the 100 meters, there were hundreds of ancient race cultivators being protected. Retreat! With a loud shout, Zichen brought the barrier and retreated in the air with the group of ancient race cultivators. During this period of time, bolts of lightning struck the light barrier one after another, causing ripples to appear one after another. Just as they reached the outside of the chains, the barrier let out a bang and shattered. A powerful force appeared, causing everyone to retreat. At this moment, the faces of these ancient race cultivators were filled with fear. They looked at Zichen with gratitude. Amidst the chains, the screams continued. One figure after another had their defenses broken by the lightning, and their bodies exploded, turning into nothingness. Why is this happening? Looking at the chains in front of him, the perfect body's face turned ugly. In just a few breaths, Countless people have died. This lightning divine hall is indeed terrifying. Beside him, Gulade also sighed. The lightning chains were terrifying. It was easy to kill a human Yuan expert, but there were too many of them, and it was impossible to kill all of them. After the lightning chains disappeared, the mortal Yuan army still had more than 100,000 people. They had only lost 1/10 of their forces. However, such a huge loss before the battle even began made the large factions feel heartache. Just as the lightning chains disappeared, a large amount of silver light rushed out from the lightning divine hall. This scene caused everyone's expression to change, and they retreated once again. However, this time, the silver light didn't turn into chains. Instead, it turned into lightning shadows, as if they were living beings of lightning. They covered the surroundings of the lightning divine palace, and each of them held a lightning blade in their hands, while endless lightning surged around their bodies. Seeing these lightning creatures, the perfect body said, "These are the lightning soldiers. What we need to do is to kill them." There were a lot of thunder warriors, nearly 10,000 of them. However, compared to the huge human Yuan army, they were far too few. Furthermore, there were only so many of them, so it shouldn't be that difficult. However, why was it that when the lightning divine hall appeared, the various powers were still unable to open it? Just as Zichen was feeling puzzled, the surrounding army began to move, charging towards the lightning creatures outside of the lightning divine palace. Kill! For a moment, shouts of war shook the heavens. The human army came into contact with the lightning creatures, and an intense confrontation took place. Pu! A bolt of lightning flashed past, and a human expert was cut in half at the waist. Before his soul could escape, he was enveloped by lightning and exploded with a boom. The same scene played out in other places. The lightning creatures were extremely powerful and had the ability to kill a murderous origin realm cultivator instantly. In the intense confrontation, the human army suffered heavy casualties. However, among the human army, there were also experts. For example, the perfect body and the spirit body, who were known as invincible existences, were able to achieve complete victory against the lightning creatures. The human Yuan realm cultivators were fighting in a chaotic battle, while the Earth Yuan realm cultivators were watching from the outside. The Heaven Yuan realm cultivators didn't even appear. It was as if the battle in front of them was a training battle for the human Yuan realm cultivators. From this, they could see the powerful existences within the human Yuan realm. Zichen also followed the army and charged forward, facing a lightning creature. He didn't use the power of incantation, and only used his fist to clash with the lightning creature. Both of their attacks contained the power of lightning. Upon contact, an explosion was produced, and the weapon in the lightning creature's hand instantly shattered. At the same time, Zichen took a step forward and punched the other party's chest. Peng! Another explosion was heard, and the lightning creature's body exploded. However, it was different from the others. After the lightning creature exploded, the lightning mark between Zichen's eyebrows suddenly lit up. It was as if a strange power had appeared, enveloping the lightning creature in front of him. Then, a surge of lightning power entered Zichen's body. Under this surge of lightning power, Zichen's energy was completely recovered. At the same time, he felt that his body was filled with energy. Moreover, his cultivation level, which had been stagnant for a long time, seemed to have increased a little at this moment. Lightning creatures could also help people increase their strength. This discovery made Zichen surprised and happy. However, as he looked around, he realized that the others didn't have such a surprised expression on their faces. It was as if they didn't notice this. In order to verify his guess, Zichen went forward again and blew up another creature. The next moment, the feeling of increasing strength appeared again. During this period of time, he carefully observed the difference between the creatures he killed and the ones killed by others. He realized that the only difference was the lightning mark between their eyebrows. With this mark, Zichen could absorb the lightning power before the creature disappeared, but others couldn't. Could it be that this is something unique to the lightning clan? Zichen's face was immediately filled with joy. If that was really the case, then the extremely dangerous lightning divine palace to others would be a training ground for him to increase his strength. As long as he killed enough lightning creatures, he might be able to increase his cultivation level by a level. One must know that after stepping into the mortal origin realm, the time spent on cultivation was much more than the time spent on the Dan origin realm. Currently, all of the mortal origin realm experts had lived for hundreds and thousands of years. There were even some who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Zichen was able to reach his current cultivation level in a short few hundred years. His battle strength was unparalleled. This speed of increase in strength could be said to be godly. Of course, this speed was when compared to humans. Lightning spirits, who were born at the Earth origin realm, did not count. The opportunity to break through was right in front of him, so Zichen naturally had to seize it. Moreover, there were only 10,000 lightning creatures here. Once they were blown up and disappeared, Zichen would have no place to cry even if he wanted to. "Open for me!" Zichen shouted loudly. The seals in his hands fell rapidly. A loud rumbling sound came from the sky, followed by a 4 directions lightning seal. The lightning seal covered an area of dozens of meters. Under the terrifying pressure, not only were several creatures enveloped, some human cultivators were also affected. These were all people from the 5 Elements faction. When they fought, it was easy to distinguish the opponent's energy. Seeing the terrifying lightning seal above their heads, they screamed and quickly retreated. Boom! The lightning seal exploded behind them, killing several creatures. Zichen immediately rushed to the center of the explosion to absorb the lightning power. Therefore, Zichen's figure could be seen in the entire battlefield. He was working extremely hard to kill creatures. Wherever he went, people would retreat. Although many people didn't like Zichen's behavior of being in the limelight, it was also very good to be able to kill more living beings. Among the ancient race, an Earth origin realm expert could not help but nod his head after seeing this scene. His eyes were filled with admiration. He praised, "Not bad. You're working so hard to kill. It's not an exaggeration to call you a model worker." The other ancient race members knew the reason why Zichen was working so hard. They could not help but twitch their lips. Then, they nodded and said, "Zichen is indeed a good child. He's responsible and can even let bygones be bygones. He's a talent." There were many spiritual bodies here, and many people who were comparable to spiritual bodies. The ancient race's praise of Zichen made the other factions somewhat unhappy. One of them snorted and said, "He's only killing and doesn't cooperate with others. At most, he's an individualist. Such an existence's achievements are limited." That's right. He's just trying to be a hero and be in the limelight. It's too pretentious. Hearing such comments, the ancient race members could only laugh. What a strong sour smell. On the battlefield, Zichen was the one who was in the limelight. Suppressing the spiritual bodies, he was undoubtedly the most eye-catching person. Everywhere he passed, creatures would be killed. Very quickly, nearly 10,000 creatures were all killed. Regarding this, Zichen felt that it was a pity. He did not expect to become a god. At this moment, he was hoping for more creatures so that he could accumulate enough strength to raise his realm. However, to be honest, Zichen was extremely disappointed that they were all killed so quickly. As though the prayers in his heart were heard by a certain god, the lightning divine hall in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, a large area of densely packed silver light sprinkled down between the heavens and the earth. This silver light was much denser than before. At the same time, it was denser and more viscous. Under Zichen's widened eyes and a surprised expression, the silver light turned into creatures. This time, the number of creatures was more than twice as much as before. Good. Seeing so many creatures, Zichen could not help but exclaim in his heart. However, he did not dare to make a sound, because there were no fools here. He was already in the limelight by killing so many creatures. If he were to exclaim loudly at this moment, he might attract even more attention and suspicion. Thus, Zichen suppressed the excitement in his heart. While cursing and sighing in the surroundings, he charged towards the lightning creatures and began his journey of killing monsters to level up. However, as the lightning energy obtained from killing a living creature was too little, Zichen needed an endless amount of creatures for him to kill if he wanted to break through as soon as possible. At this moment, Chen did not know that every living creature had a strand of lightning energy in their body. However, as long as the lightning energy did not dissipate, the living creature would not die. Even if the living creature was killed, as long as the lightning energy returned to the lightning divine hall, it would quickly form a new lightning creature. This was a cycle that did not consume anything. The only thing that consumed anything was the human experts. This was also one of the reasons why the lightning divine hall had not been broken through for so many years. However, Chen's appearance had broken this cycle that did not consume anything. All the living creatures that he had killed had no possibility of reviving. In other words, the number of living creatures in the lightning divine hall would only decrease as he killed them. There were not many people who knew about this situation. Furthermore, in these tens of thousands of years, the Lightning Clan had disappeared without a trace and had never participated in this battle. Therefore, they did not know about this situation. As for whether the ancient clan knew about this, no one could guess. Under Chen's crazy massacre, the other spirits seemed to have been stimulated as their attacks became much sharper. Chapter 1030. There was a powerful thunder and lightning spirit in the thunder and lightning, which was rushing towards Chen. However, it seemed that the thunder and lightning spirit had underestimated Chen's real power. It wasn't at the Earth origin stage. In other words, it was still at the human Yuan realm. See? This is the consequence of showing off. Seeing the spirit charging at Chen, an Earth Yuan realm cultivator sneered. An ancient said, "So what? Chen can take care of it all the same." While they were talking, the lightning spirit had already arrived in front of Chen, slashing at Chen with the lightning blade in its hand. Chen swung his fist, and the light of lightning flashed. The power of the punch caused both of them to retreat. This attack was actually evenly matched. However, just as Chen retreated, his figure flashed again and charged towards the lightning creature. He then displayed a perfect close-range attack. Hands, elbows, fists, and fingers were all Chen's attacks. Every attack contained a powerful force. From afar, Chen looked like he was sticking close to the lightning spirit. Boom! Under the continuous attacks, the lightning spirit was forcefully blown up by Chen, and its body exploded. A much stronger lightning energy appeared, entering Chen's body and being completely absorbed by Chen. Chen's fighting ability was obvious to all. Many Earth origin stage cultivators' faces changed slightly. Not bad, but there is more than one of them. As if to prove the expert's words, more lightning flashed. This time, the lightning spirit was as powerful as the previous one. There were 5 of them. Moreover, this spirit targeted Chen as soon as it appeared. It looked like they were ganging up on him. Chen's face was filled with joy. In this lightning, he had endless power. As long as there was no difference in cultivation level, he could kill as many of the same cultivation level as him. He charged at the 5 spirits excitedly and dodged a few attacks at the same time. He focused on killing one of them. During this time, the heavenly thunder wings had appeared on Chen's back. His speed had reached its peak. Peng! In the midst of the combo, golden light flickered as one of the creatures exploded with a loud bang. The lightning energy was absorbed by Chen. Following that, another set of combo attacks was unleashed. After Chen got the hang of it, he killed even more thoroughly, and the second creature also exploded. Then, it was the third, fourth, and fifth. In just a short moment, 5 powerful creatures were killed. Such power shocked the crowd of earthly Yuan stage practitioners. They asked themselves honestly, when they were at Chen's level, they did not possess such power. On this side, Chen's killing was extremely easy, but it did not mean that the situation on the entire battlefield was the same. Facing these creatures, the humans were still at a disadvantage. The number of deaths was constantly increasing. Chen could easily kill them, which only meant that he was powerful, but not the majority of the humans. Up until now, more than 1/10 of the human race had been lost. After killing 5 of the creatures, the crowd guessed that more would appear. However, in the next moment, an extremely powerful aura descended. This was the aura of an earthly Yuan stage practitioner. There was finally a strong practitioner among the creatures. After feeling this aura, The earthly Yuan stage ancient race practitioner's expression changed. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Zichen. Boom! When he got close, a surge of energy descended. The two of them fiercely clashed, and in the midst of an earth-shattering explosion, the ancient race practitioner who had just stepped forward was sent flying by the energy. The earthly Yuan stage practitioner who was nearby also retreated. How can this be? According to the ancient records, earthly Yuan stage practitioners would only appear after 5 rounds. Now, they have appeared after only 2 rounds. Outside the circle, the earthly Yuan stage practitioners of the other factions had strange expressions on their faces, but they did not care. One of them sneered, Zichen must have been in the limelight and angered the lightning spirit. That's why the earthly Yuan stage practitioners appeared earlier. That's right, only one appeared. Before he could finish speaking, a strange expression appeared on the faces of the crowd, and their expressions rapidly changed. In front of them, where Zichen was, another earthly Yuan stage practitioner had appeared. This one had appeared together with the previous earthly Yuan stage practitioner. No one had expected that there would be 2 of them at the same time. Only one of the careless ancient race practitioners stepped forward and was forced to retreat. By the time the others reacted, it was already too late. The earthly Yuan stage practitioner held a lightning blade and viciously slashed towards Zichen. In this slash, Zichen felt as if the space around him had solidified. There was no way for him to dodge or retreat. All he could do was to take this attack head-on. The result was either death or serious injuries. However, it was likely that he would die. Behind him, the earthly Yuan stage practitioners of the ancient race shouted. However, no matter how anxious and hysterical they were, they could not stop the attack from landing on Zichen's body. Before the lightning blade landed, Zichen's defense had already been shattered. The power of an earthly Yuan stage practitioner was simply unimaginable. At this critical moment, Zichen shouted, 9 extreme formation. He waved his hands in front of him. His left hand was golden and his right hand was silver. 2 types of perfect Yuan force appeared. Just as the light was emitted, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Suddenly, several stone tablets appeared around Zichen. The stone tablets stood tall and lined up side by side, blocking the path of the lightning blade in front of him. The group of earthly Yuan stage practitioners behind him started to move. No matter which force they belonged to, they all moved. Their target was Zichen. When they saw Zichen take out the stone tablets, their faces were filled with sarcasm. How could the attack of an earthly Yuan stage practitioner be blocked by a few stone tablets? Even though a few of them had already sensed a familiar aura from the stone tablets, they did not care. In the distance, the other humans were stunned. They had never thought that the group of practitioners would have such a big reaction. After all, there was only one earthly Yuan stage practitioner on the other side. The humans only needed one. Why would they send all of them? They did send all of them. More than 20 earthly Yuan stage practitioners rushed forward. Clang! The lightning blade struck one of the stone tablets. What followed was a burst of dazzling sparks and a crisp clang. The lightning blade slid down the stone tablet at a slanted angle. Along the way, the sparks continued to flicker as the powerful force of the blade struck the stone tablet. However, in everyone's imagination, the scene of the stone tablet being split in half along with Zichen in the next moment did not happen. The stone tablet was sent flying with a loud bang. Along with the other tablets, it crashed into Zichen's body. Zichen spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying by the stone tablet, but at least he was still alive. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. A dignified earthly Yuan stage practitioner could not even break a stone tablet. While they were still in disbelief, their gazes fell on the stone tablets. With a glance, they saw the ancient word sword on the stone tablets. Everyone was at earthly Yuan stage. Naturally, they were knowledgeable. Immediately, they recognized what the stone tablets were and immediately shouted, "Sword tablet. This is a sword tablet. Sword sect's inheritance, sword tablet." After Zichen was sent flying, the 9 sword steles began to revolve around him. As the sword steles revolved around him, the earthly Yuan level energy was slowly neutralized. Eventually, Chen was injured, but his life was not in danger. He stood in the air, surrounded by the revolving sword tablets. When the earthly Yuan stage practitioners saw the 9 sword tablets, they all turned their heads and looked at the other earthly Yuan stage practitioners. These were all from the sword sect. Damn it. The sword sect practitioners' expressions became extremely ugly. It was extremely complicated. There was humiliation, anger, murderous intent, and greed. 9 sword steelies. After all, the sword sect only had 4 sword steelies when it was at its peak. Yet now, Chen had 9 sword steelies. It was equivalent to gathering all the sword steelies. If he brought the sword steelies to the sword sect, then the following disciples of the sword sect would naturally receive the complete inheritance of the sword. Chen, why is our sword sect's most precious sword tablet with you? A sword sect earthly Yuan stage practitioner angrily questioned. At this moment, they completely ignored the 2 earthly Yuan stage lightning creatures. Their gazes fell on Chen. They had all gathered here to wait for Chen to die so that they could pick up the heavenly book. Who would have thought that this guy would still be alive? Chen was too lazy to explain. Rays of light began to flash and the earthly Yuan stage ancient race practitioner appeared beside Chen to protect Chen. The earthly Yuan stage practitioner who had blocked the attack for Chen sneered, "What's wrong? Is this an internal conflict?" The sword sect practitioner's expression changed again and again. The anger in his heart naturally reached its limit. However, he forcefully suppressed it in the end. He knew that this was not the time to fall out. He snorted and turned to leave. Beside him, the other sword sect practitioners also left. Since there was no show to watch and no battle to fight, the others also dispersed. As for the 2 earthly Yuan stage creatures, they would be dealt with by the ancient race. What happened here naturally attracted the attention of the human army in the distance, especially the disciples of the sword sect. When they saw the 9 sword tablets around Chen, their emotions became extremely complicated. Chen, you can rest for a while. The ancient race practitioner beside Chen said. Chen shook his head and said, "No need. My injuries are not serious. I will recover soon. As for the earthly Yuan stage, as long as I am careful, I can still survive." As he spoke, he rushed forward again. The ancient looked at Chen's back and sighed. His fine after being struck by an earth primordial realm expert. His alive and kicking so quickly. As expected of a perfect body. This recovery speed is truly impressive. The battle broke out again, but this time, Chen's attacks were even more ferocious. This was because he was completely controlling the 9 extremes array to attack. As the sword tablet whistled down, a creature would be smashed to pieces and the trace of lightning power would be absorbed. Chen's ferocious fighting style also made the other humans extremely fearful, especially those who had a grudge against Chen. They were afraid that the Chen sword steely would be smashed towards them if they did not control it well. Therefore, they stayed far away from Chen, leaving him a large battlefield. The ferocious Chen did not disappoint. Large swathes of living beings were killed by him. Just as the second wave of creatures was almost wiped out, the battle finally escalated. Among the third wave of creatures, there were many earthly Yuan stage creatures. Kill. Chapter 1031. With the appearance of the Earth origin stage beings, the battle was immediately divided into 2 parts. Densely packed creatures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Among them, the number of Earth origin stage martial artists was in the double digits. They materialized from the lightning and charged towards the humans with thunder blades in their hands. Some of them charged towards Chen. Spread out. With the shout of the Earth origin stage beings, the human origin stage army retreated, leaving the main battlefield to the Earth origin stage beings. The Earth origin stage beings charged forward, and what followed was an earth-shattering battle. When a living being died, it would disappear, leaving nothing behind. However, when a human died, there would be corpses. At this moment, there were more than 10,000 corpses on the ground. Charge at the Thunder God Palace. As soon as the battle started, the Earth origin stage beings all charged towards the Thunder God Palace. Wherever it went, Earth origin stage creatures would be killed by its great power. Seeing this scene, Zichen's heart ached. Living beings of this level contained an enormous amount of lightning energy. After Zichen absorbed it, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Perhaps the lightning energy of an Earth origin stage being could help him increase his cultivation by a small amount. Unfortunately, the lightning energy dissipated quickly, and Zichen couldn't catch it. He could only follow behind the ancient race's Earth origin stage cultivators and kill some mortal origin stage cultivators. With the help of the sword Steely, Zichen wasn't afraid of being attacked by Earth origin stage cultivators. At the same time, his counterattacks were effective and sharp. Zichen was controlling the sword sect's treasure. Everyone knew this, but the human origin stage beings didn't dare to approach Zichen casually, fearing that they would be killed by Zichen. The Earth origin stage beings were attacking the beings. Although they wanted to go easy, with the help of the sword Steely, they couldn't kill Zichen in one hit. When they attacked again, Zichen had already dodged with his extreme speed, or retreated from the battle. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed through the entire battlefield. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes fell on that sound. They saw the body of an Earth origin stage warrior explode, turning into countless lightning sparks and dissipating. An Earth origin stage human died. It was an extremely cruel and dangerous battle. Even a warrior of the Earth origin stage could die. It was like a chain reaction. As the first Earth origin stage cultivator died, 2 more explosions sounded. 2 more Earth origin stage cultivators died. When the Earth origin stage warriors died, the battle reached its climax. More Earth origin stage warriors showed up secretly and joined the battle. This time, they were truly beginning to attack the lightning divine palace. Large amounts of lightning radiance scattered down, and even more creatures appeared. Another crazy slaughter erupted. The group of Earth origin stage cultivators kept moving forward, with Zichen at the back. He was the only human origin stage cultivator who dared to enter. Very quickly, the group of people arrived at the entrance of the Lightning Divine Hall. However, they were unable to take another step forward. This was because the entire door was surrounded by a layer of lightning chains. These chains were extremely powerful. An earthly origin realm cultivator was caught off guard and got close to the chains. He was struck by the lightning and exploded. The Earth origin realm was already an existence that was second only to the peak experts of the heavenly origin realm in this world. However, even so, people like that were still dying one after another. The frightening degree of the Lightning Divine Hall had truly surpassed everyone's imaginations. Out of the 100,000 strong Yuan army, nearly half of them had died. These are lightning chains. They are extremely powerful and require great strength to break them apart. Looking ahead, an Earth origin stage cultivator spoke. Heavenly origin stage cultivators are unable to take action at this moment. We have to break them apart. Another ancient repeated. Following that, the group of Earth origin stage cultivators started to attack the chains in front of them. In the process of attacking, even more creatures appeared, wanting to kill them. Break. At this moment, no one held back. Everyone used their full strength. In the midst of their attacks, the chains continuously trembled and started to distort. Boom. Finally, with a loud explosion, the chains were completely shattered. After the chains were broken, the Lightning Divine Hall appeared in their line of sight. In front of them was a towering door that flashed with lightning and emitted a boundless might. Under the door, rows of stairs extended downwards. The entire stairs were also flashing with lightning. On both sides of the stairs, there were 2 rows of guards holding long spears. They were like statues, not moving at all, as if they were petrified. However, following the disappearance of the lightning chains, the bodies of these petrified guards suddenly flashed with lightning. Furthermore, the lightning was getting stronger and stronger. This was a sign that they were about to awaken. Wave after wave of powerful auras were emitted from the guards. They were all Earth origin stage auras. These are the guards outside. Once we kill them, we will be able to go up. Another ancient spoke. Kill. Amidst the battle cries, a group of Earth origin stage cultivators charged forward. Zi Chen followed behind them, controlling the sword steely to launch a sneak attack. Going up the stairs, there were several hundred layers. The number of guards exceeded 100. This meant that there were more than 100 Earth Origin stage cultivators. Just the entrance alone had more than 100 Earth Origin stage cultivators. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the Lightning Divine Hall was. It was impossible for a single power to take it down. This was because in the Sky Martial continent, there was no power that could take out more than 100 Earth Origin stage cultivators. Zi Chen had been following behind the ancient race cultivators. If he could attack, he would attack. If he couldn't, he would dodge. As the guards fell one by one, he would charge forward. After killing more than 100 guards, the human side had also paid a heavy price. The battle lasted for 2 days before they finally killed all the guards. On the ground, there were many corpses. The remaining Earth Origin stage cultivators finally reached the top of the stairs, arriving in front of the Lightning Divine Hall. At this moment, the excitement in everyone's hearts was indescribable. This was because they were only one step away from becoming a true god. As long as they opened the door, the secret to becoming a true god would be within. How do we open the door? Everyone's gazes landed on the ancient race cultivators. One of the ancient race cultivators glanced at Zi Chen and frowned. Just as everyone was wondering if the key to opening the door was on Zi Chen, they heard him say, "Zi Chen, this place is very dangerous. You shouldn't have come here." Zi Chen glanced at the ancient race cultivator and said, "I'm just here to take a look. If anything bad happens, I'll go back." Seeing Zi Chen's insistence, the ancient race cultivator nodded and didn't say anything else. Then, he drew a circle with one hand. This circle was like a teleportation channel, slowly expanding to a few meters. The ancient race cultivator took a few steps back and said, "Next, it's the Heaven Origin stage cultivator's turn." Heaven Origin stage cultivators were the strongest cultivators in the Sky Martial continent. Naturally, there were very few of them. Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with anticipation. With a flash of light, a figure walked out of the circle. This was a Heaven Origin stage cultivator, a member of the ancient race. This person didn't emit a powerful aura, but just standing there made the Earth Origin stage cultivators feel extremely uncomfortable and oppressed. Looking at the door in front of him, the ancient race cultivator's eyes flashed. He muttered, "We're finally here. After so many years, other than the Everlasting sect, we're probably the second to have successfully reached this place." Back then, the Everlasting sect had indeed succeeded in reaching this place. It was said that they had even opened this door. However, due to the problem with their method, they chose to force their way in and suffered great losses. It was said that by the time they reached this place, they had already lost 2 Heaven Origin stage cultivators and countless Earth Origin stage cultivators. However, after the ancient race had grasped the correct method, they had only lost over 100 Earth Origin stage cultivators. This loss was unbearable for a single power, but if it was spread out among many powers, this loss was still acceptable. The ancient race's method is indeed effective. It's so much better than the Everlasting sect's method. A hearty laugh rang out as another person walked out of the circle. Soon, more than a dozen Heavenly Yuan stage cultivators had gathered at the entrance. The Earth Origin stage cultivators and Zi Chen kept retreating. However, at this moment, Zi Chen was still a little confused. This was because the ancient race cultivator's conversation with him just now seemed a little strange. Furthermore, the way the ancient race cultivator looked at him was full of hidden secrets. "You'll be at the back. If there's any danger, be the first to retreat. No one knows what dangers lie within. Furthermore, you have to be careful not only of the dangers inside, but also of those Earth Origin stage cultivators." A voice rang out in Zi Chen's mind. It was the ancient race cultivator from before. However, Zi Chen did not know his name. Zi Chen looked at him gratefully but did not reply. Outside the stairs, the intense battle was still ongoing. The Earth Origin stage cultivators on the stairs all looked up at the Sky Origin stage cultivators who were preparing to break the door. This time, the various powers had joined hands. It could be said that they were fully prepared. This time, We have to give it our all in breaking the door. The Heaven Origin Stage cultivator spoke. His tone was calm, but it was filled with a majestic aura. Waves of energy surged out. The Heaven Origin Stage cultivators had already begun to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. An oppressive aura was emitted from their bodies. All the Earth Origin Stage cultivators felt that they were unable to withstand it and retreated once again. Various lights flashed as terrifying attacks landed on the door. After 10,000 years, the door of the Lightning Divine Hall was once again attacked. Boom! The energy landed, causing the door to tremble. Even the entire Lightning Divine Hall began to shake. Boom! Boom! The tremors continued as the surrounding ground began to tremble as well. At this moment, the tremors had even spread throughout the entire western region. The group of Heaven Origin Stage cultivators attacked the door of the Lightning Divine Hall with all their might. The Earth Origin Stage cultivators and Zi Chen, on the other hand, stared ahead curiously. They were curious as to what would appear in front of them after the door was opened. Boom! After more than 10 attacks, the door exploded with a loud bang. The ancient door turned into endless lightning energy and dissipated. The Lightning Divine Hall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just as the door was completely blown open, the living beings in the outside world disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the lightning on the Lightning Divine Hall disappeared as well. What appeared in front of everyone was a castle. On the surface of the castle, there were still traces of lightning energy flickering. At this moment, the door of the castle opened, allowing everyone to see what was inside. The first thing he saw were the rows of guards. They were emitting a murderous aura. This is the true test. Let's go. The following battles were obviously handed over to the Heaven Origin Stage cultivators. Only they had the qualifications to become true gods and the qualifications to enter. The group of Heaven Origin Stage cultivators walked in one after another. After that, a battle broke out. The Earth Origin Stage cultivators did not dare to recklessly step forward. That was because the energy shockwaves from the battle between the Heaven Origin Stage cultivators were extremely frightening. Chapter 1032. Within the Lightning Divine Palace, the energy generated from the intense battle was extremely terrifying. Even earthly Yuan realm experts would not dare to enter rashly, but Zi Chen dared to. Lightning flashed around his body as he charged forward in a straight line. From the looks of it, he was about to pass through the battlefield. Such a daring action was something none of the earthly Yuan realm experts dared to do, as they were afraid of being killed by the shockwaves. The faces of the earthly Yuan realm experts all changed, as they did not understand what Zi Chen was doing. The ancient race people even shouted, indicating for Zi Chen to stop. Is this little guy trying to become a god? He's really courting death. Becoming a god is impossible, but courting death is possible. The other earthly Yuan realm experts sneered as they looked at Zi Chen with ridicule, but did not stop him. At this moment, everyone could only see Zi Chen's back, and not his face. If they could, they would see that Zi Chen's face was pale and filled with extreme fear. He had already lost his composure as he shouted with his spiritual sense, "Stop, idiot! Stop, stop, idiot!" As he shouted, the energy in his body was pushed to the limit. His feet were firmly planted on the ground as he tried to stabilize his body. At the same time, the 9 sword steles were placed in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Zi Chen's body followed the sword steles for dozens of meters before he finally stopped. His face was already covered in cold sweat, and there was still lingering fear in his heart, as well as the joy of surviving a calamity. Damned thing, you almost got me killed. Zi Chen cursed in his heart. At this moment, half of the lightning that was emitting from his body did not come from his body, but from the spirit ring. Within the spirit ring, the half-dragon head that he had obtained from the lightning region was emitting a bright silver light. At the same time, it was rampaging through the spirit ring, destroying most of the things in the spirit ring. Just now, it was this energy that had enveloped Zi Chen, wanting to bring him in. The change in the dragon head also happened after the door was destroyed, as if it had sensed something. The energy in front of him rumbled. The heavenly Yuan realm experts were still fighting, so Zi Chen naturally did not dare to go forward. After he suppressed the dragon head, he retreated step by step. During this time, the dragon head sent out a very clear message, which was to go forward, to go deeper. The 2 rows of guards in the lightning divine hall were not as strong as he had imagined. Just as Zichen had retreated back to the main entrance of the lightning divine hall, the heavenly Yuan stage experts had already opened up a path leading to the depths of the lightning divine hall. As the light flashed, some sky origin stage cultivators had already rushed in. At this moment, Zichen was not far from the sky origin territory. When he saw the opening of the passage, his face immediately changed. After hesitating for about a third of a breath, he used the 9 sword steelies to completely protect himself, sticking close to himself. Then, he spread out his thunder wings and turned into a beam of light, rushing toward the tunnel ahead. All kinds of energy collided as the thunder blade slashed onto the sword steely, causing it to explode with dazzling sparks. Zichen instantly passed through the passageway and spat out blood. Clearly, the series of collisions just now had already injured him, but it was a miracle that he was still alive. Zichen did not hesitate and rushed forward. At this moment, he was following the guidance of the dragon head. Behind him, the explosions continued, followed by miserable cries and sounds of air being torn apart. Some earthly Yuan stage cultivators had also rushed in, disregarding their own lives. The lightning divine hall was extremely mysterious, and contained the secrets to becoming a god. As long as there was a chance, no one would be willing to miss it. The earthly Yuan stage cultivators followed behind, but those guards did not turn around to chase after them. It was as if they were only guarding the entrance, and would give up if anyone managed to pass through. We're in, we're in. I've entered the lightning divine hall. Excited voices continuously sounded from behind, and they were emitted by the earthly Yuan stage cultivators. Within the lightning divine hall, the lightning continued to shine, and the terrifying pressure was even stronger. The group of people followed the stairs and advanced, and wherever they passed, they would discover 1 or 2 buildings. The heavenly Yuan stage cultivators abandoned these buildings and rushed towards the depths. However, the earthly Yuan stage cultivators did not. They flashed into the buildings, wanting to search for resources. Suddenly, a bang sound rang out, and the earthly Yuan stage cultivators who had just entered the buildings were once again sent flying out. While they were flying, their bodies exploded with a bang. In an instant, 7 to 8 earthly Yuan stage cultivators died, and they did not even have the chance to scream before they died. The other earthly Yuan stage cultivators realized that something was wrong, and they all stopped and looked towards the buildings that were opened. However, they could not see anything. Lightning flashed inside, and the opened doors were closed with a bang. Cold sweat dripped down the heads of the earthly Yuan stage cultivators, and they did not dare to rashly enter. After a slight hesitation, they gave up on the buildings and rushed towards the depths. The group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators passed through the stairs and entered the depths. However, they quickly arrived in front of the second door. On both sides of the door, there were still a few guards, and they were very strong. This time, the guards were not easy to deal with, and the heavenly Yuan stage cultivators had to spend a lot of effort to get rid of them. Zichen hid in the distance, carefully peeking his head out to observe. The dragon head still had to lead them deeper, and Zichen urgently hoped that the heavenly Yuan stage cultivators would hurry up and open the door. After getting rid of the guards, the heavenly Yuan stage cultivators were about to step forward and open the door. However, at this moment, a glaring lightning suddenly exploded from the door. The lightning was filled with a powerful aura, and the heavenly Yuan stage cultivators who had just stepped forward quickly retreated under this powerful aura. At the entrance, a person had appeared out of nowhere. It was a tall figure, and he was wearing a thunder battle armor. There was also a helmet on his head, and only 2 cold and emotionless eyes could be seen. Back then, when the everlasting sect mobilized all of its forces to open the lightning divine hall, there were still many cultivators guarding outside. Therefore, no one knew what happened inside the lightning divine hall. At this moment, when they saw the cultivator wearing the thunder battle armor, the heavenly Yuan stage cultivators' faces changed. This was because the aura emitted from the other party's body was clearly much stronger than theirs. Furthermore, this aura was no longer the aura of a living creature without intelligence. You are a human. One of the heavenly Yuan stage cultivators coldly asked, while the other heavenly Yuan stage cultivators were on guard. This cultivator did not speak, and instead, he struck out a palm towards the group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators. When this palm was struck out, it was only a very small palm print. However, as it moved forward, the palm print instantly grew bigger, and the aura that emerged from it became even more terrifying. The group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators shouted, and one after another, they gathered all of their strength and struck out towards the palm print. Boom! The terrifying power clashed with the palm print in the air. However, the destructive power that was released could only vibrate within a radius of 12 meters, and was unable to spread out. In the end, the group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators gained the upper hand and shattered the palm print. Merely SOSO. After shattering this attack, the group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators could not help but have some confidence on their faces. They had never entered this place before, so they were filled with fear towards the unknown Lightning Divine Hall. In their imagination, the existence of the Lightning Divine Hall was extremely powerful. However, after this attack, they had some confidence. Scram! However, who knew that before they could launch their second wave of attacks, a loud shout would be heard. Immediately after, a huge square seal appeared in front of the Thunder Battle Armor cultivator. The aura that was circulating on this huge seal was more than 10 times more terrifying than the previous palm print. The huge seal rumbled as it smashed towards the group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators. Feeling the aura on the huge seal, the group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators' faces changed. Then, they all used their strongest attacks to block it. Just as they blocked the huge seal's pressure, they all coughed out blood. The power of the huge seal was truly terrifying. The opponent is too strong. Let's retreat. Mobilize our maximum fighting strength. The group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators could not help but have thoughts of retreating. In the next instant, they all retracted their hands and flew backwards. As the huge seal descended, the tyrannical aura completely exploded. The group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators coughed out blood once again. Then, borrowing the force of the impact, they fled without looking back. Zichen was following behind the group. When he saw this scene, his eyes widened as his face was filled with disbelief. He simply did not dare to believe that the group of factions that had prepared for several tens of thousands of years to attack the Lightning Divine Hall would actually end up in such a situation. One must know that not a single heavenly Yuan stage cultivator had died. In fact, Zichen guessed that they had not even used their full strength. However, not only did they not continue, they even wanted to flee. Zichen opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, he realized that he was unable to say a single word at this moment. His face was already filled with fear. Actually, his original intention was to reprimand these heavenly Yuan stage cultivators. You guys are so strong, why don't you charge and flee? However, it was too late. These heavenly Yuan stage cultivators had already fled. Originally, Zichen was at the back. However, in less than a breath's time, he had already reached the front. The group of heavenly Yuan stage cultivators had already swept past him. Of course, they had also seen Zichen, who was being protected by the sword Steely. There was not much expression on their faces. If one had to say anything, it would be disdain. Zichen's heart was filled with despair. He forcefully suppressed his raging dragon head, turned around and fled as well. What kind of joke was this? Even the heavenly Yuan stage cultivators had fled. If he did not flee, would he be waiting for death? However, just as Zichen turned around, he saw a force rushing towards him. It was a heavenly Yuan stage cultivator that Zichen did not recognize. He pointed a finger behind him. He did not know whether the finger was intentional or not, but it was aimed at Zichen. The finger's power, which was not that strong for a heavenly Yuan stage cultivator, landed on the sword Steely. After that, the finger's power carried the sword Steely and Zichen to the back. They were flying towards the direction of the gate. Seeing this, Zichen wanted to curse. He really wanted to point at the heavenly Yuan stage cultivator's nose and curse his ancestors. Because the finger's power had brought him into a dangerous situation. Chen had never thought that he would die under a finger's power. Moreover, the finger's power was so careless. Bang! When the power disappeared, Chen's body landed heavily on the ground. The 9 sword steles were scattered all over the place. The sword formation had already been broken. When Chen opened his eyes, he saw a pair of boots shining with lightning right in front of him. As he raised his head, Chen saw the face of the armored cultivator.